Even though Ding Peiwei didn't think that she was joking, Ding Peiwei was surprised. How come a teenage girl had the air of a successful businesswoman? I understand that I'm too young to make you believe that I'm being serious, but I truly mean it. My family is involved in the real estate industry. Although my family's company isn't comparable with Hongyun Real Estate, we have enough money to acquire this land. If you're willing to consider my proposal, please have a discussion with the citizens here before we sign the contract, Gu Ning said. Ding Peiwei couldn't make the decision alone, so Gu Ning didn't force him to promise her anything. However, she was confident that she could settle the deal. In the beginning, Ding Peiwei was excited to hear the offer. If they could have a reasonable compensation, they wouldn't be worried about the housing issue. However, he soon calmed down and asked with doubt, "Since it's your family business, can you, a child, make the decision?" And the chairman of Hongyun Real Estate is Feng Changsheng, whose brother-in-law is the director of the Roads and Traffic Authority. Moreover, the director's cousin is the vice mayor. Are you sure your family can handle them? Anyone who wanted to acquire this land had to have the permission of the government. Although Ding Peiwei believed Gu Ning to some extent, he doubted her ability. He didn't know Gu Ning or her background after all. It was difficult for him to depend on a stranger. Meanwhile, he knew more about Hongyun Real Estate, which was one of the 3 biggest real estate companies in City G with several billion yuan in assets, ranked 9th on the list of the richest. It also had support from the government. The reason why Hongyun Real Estate was able to win the right of acquisition before the open acquisition was that it had a strong network in the government. Gu Ning understood that she had to show her ability to persuade Ding Peiwei. What if I tell you my support in the government is even more powerful than Hongyun Real Estate? Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Ding Peiwei was astonished. He stared at her face, intending to know whether it was true. Gu Ning added, "Mr. Ding, I know that it's hard for you to trust me because we just met and don't know each other. But I do hope that you can consider my offer. If you're willing to sell this land to me, I can sign the contract and pay you the compensation on site. It doesn't matter if you want the compensation in cash, check, by transfer, or you simply want houses. I'm totally fine with it. As long as you sign the contract, you'll get the money you should have. Don't you think it's a great offer? However, if you let Hongyun Real Estate take this land, you won't get a reasonable compensation." Ding Peiwei was shocked as well as thrilled. They could sign the contract and get the compensation on site. It had never happened before. Normally, the compensation would only be transferred to their accounts after the acquisition had been over for a long time. If Gu Ning could keep her promise, it was a great advantage to them. And it would be a bad idea if they sold this land to Hongyun Real Estate. Great. I'm willing to trust you for now, and I'll talk to my neighbors later. Ding Peiwei chose to believe Gu Ning. Very well. This is my number. Please call me once you make up your mind. However, I hope you can make it quick, because if Hongyun Real Estate finds out, you would suffer under its pressure. Gu Ning reminded him. Sure, I'll give you the answer before tonight. Ding Peiwei also understood that if Hongyun Real Estate found out, it would probably force them to sell this land in a violent way. And they would be the victims. That would be great. Gu Ning also wanted to know the answer today. After exchanging numbers with Ding Peiwei, Gu Ning asked again, "Oh, how large is this street approximately, and how many households are here?" Zhengyang Street is about 70,000 square meters with 558 households, Ding Peiwei answered. A piece of land that was 70,000 square meters wasn't very large, but it was suitable to build a living area, mainly because of its good location. It was 4 p.m. when Gu Ning said goodbye to Ding Peiwei, and it was too late to go to the Street of Antiques. Gu Ning also needed to use her network to gain the right of land acquisition. Although Ding Peiwei hadn't given her an affirmative answer yet, she believed that they would agree. No one would reject her proposal, especially in front of Hongyun Real Estate, not unless Hongyun Real Estate was willing to offer a higher compensation than her. "Let me help you with the right of land acquisition." Ling Xiaoting hadn't been at Gu Ning's side, but he had stayed near and heard their talk clearly. "Will it be convenient for you?" Gu Ning asked. She had planned to turn to Yan Zhenglin for help because Yan Zhenglin worked in politics. Leng Xiaoting served in the military and wasn't that familiar with the politicians. Of course, Leng Xiaoting said, it wasn't a big deal to him. And even if it was a big deal, he would try his best to settle it for Gu Ning. Thanks.
Kuningan sveret.
She didn't want to hurt his feelings. Leng Xiaoting wasn't personally familiar with the authorities, but his family was involved in politics. The Leng family was involved in military, politics and business, and was the head of the four most influential families in the capital. Yes, Leng Xiaoting was exactly the eldest grandson in his family, which was the leading family in the capital, but he had gotten everything that he owned today by himself and had never asked his family for help. Gu Ning then told Leng Xiaoting what happened with Shenghua Real Estate. Leng Xiaoting avoided Gu Ning to call someone, so Gu Ning didn't know who he called. She didn't ask either. Everyone had his or her own secrets anyway. She kept many secrets from Leng Xiaoting too. Before long, the right of land acquisition was settled. That being the case, Shenghua Real Estate and Hengyun Real Estate became competitors. Gu Ning decided to close the deal before Hengyun Real Estate even knew about it. She immediately called in Guangyao telling him about what she had done in City G, and told him to prepare the contract along with the lawyers and assistants before she called him again. If it was successful, he would have to fly to City G tomorrow morning to go through the procedures. She had already prepared the money. Hearing the news, and Guangyao was shocked by Gu Ning's efficiency. Although her action was a little abrupt and lacked thorough consideration, and Guangyao had to admit that she had made the right decision. Normally, a real estate company needed to make allowances not only for funds and workers, but also the land when it was going to build buildings. As long as you had enough funds, you could easily get adequate workers, but it wasn't easy to acquire a good piece of land. At the same time, you had to have the permission of the government. Otherwise, you would not have the qualification to acquire a piece of land even with enough funds. And Guangyao knew that Hengyun Real Estate was a powerful company with several billion yuan in assets. Therefore, even though he didn't know whether Gu Ning had made the right decision, he trusted Hengyun Real Estate's choice. It had to be a profitable deal if Hengyun Real Estate wanted to settle it. However, what worried in Guangyao was the funds to build the buildings. Shenghua Real Estate was barely afloat right now, and he had already taken out a loan from the bank. He couldn't get a mortgage again. Gu Ning also lacked enough funds to build the buildings, but she had no intention to cooperate with another real estate company, so she wouldn't build the buildings in a hurry even if she acquired the land. She planned to build the buildings after her vacation when she would go to Province Y for stone gambling to collect funds. However, she couldn't tell Nguangyao her plan yet. She would have to introduce him to Zhou Zhenghong before Nguangyao found out about her outstanding ability at stone gambling. In that case, it wouldn't confuse him if she suddenly had a large amount of money later. Nguangyao thought that it wasn't a completely secure deal, but he chose to believe Gu Ning. After he hung up, he immediately prepared the contract and informed the lawyer along with several reliable assistants. They were all as shocked as Nguangyao, but Nguangyao didn't explain further, so they didn't ask why. Gu Ning received a call from Siti Yi later. Leng Xiaoting's face changed at once, but he didn't stop Gu Ning. Gu Ning understood that Leng Xiaoting wasn't happy that she kept a close relationship with Siti Yi. But she had to answer the call. "Hi, how are you?" "Great. Are you free tonight? May we dine together?" Siti Yi asked. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. Gu Ning didn't know what to say. She hadn't even answered yet. "I'm so sorry. I'm busy tonight. May we have the meal another day?" Gu Ning declined because of Leng Xiaoting. However, it was unavoidable that she was going to have a meal with Siti Yi. He had done her a favor, and sent her a precious gift after all. She couldn't play dumb. "Fine, I'll wait." Siti Yi didn't insist, but Leng Xiaoting thought that Siti Yi was flirting with Gu Ning. Men probably became sensitive when it came to a competition for love. Leng Xiaoting knew nothing about romance before, but now he was able to sense any hint of threat. Gu Ning, instead, didn't think that Siti Yi had any special feelings towards her, so she seriously had no idea how to handle Leng Xiaoting's changing emotions. "There's nothing between us. Why did you suddenly become so upset when he called me?" Gu Ning asked resignedly. He is chasing you, Leng Xiaoting replied. He sounded like an unhappy child. That's insane. The one who chased me isn't him, Gu Ning said. She didn't realize that Leng Xiaoting had misunderstood her until now. Then who did? Leng Xiaoting asked. I've already rejected him. Gu Ning still didn't tell Leng Xiaoting who the one who chased her was. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was finally relieved. He didn't ask further because Gu Ning had already rejected the person, and it was meaningless to know who he was now. However, Leng Xiaoting still felt uneasy. He could sense that Sitiyi treated Gu Ning differently. Leng Xiaoting didn't mention Sitiyi again, but he remained careful. Ding Peiwei was active, and soon had a gathering with all the neighbors to discuss the deal offered by Gu Ning. Some believed it while some had doubts. Sounded too good to be true. Ding Peiwei told them that they could have the compensation in cash or by transfer on site once they signed the contract. Thus everyone agreed. Although many of them still held suspicion, they would only feel safe after the deal was done. Around 7 p.m., Ding Peiwei called Gu Ning and told her that they had all agreed. Gu Ning told him that she would come to acquire the land around 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, and that they should prepare the documents beforehand. To allay Ding Peiwei's concern, Gu Ning also told him that she had already gained the right of land acquisition. Ding Peiwei was astonished. He didn't expect that Gu Ning was so efficient. He even thought that she had prepared for it a long time ago, but no matter what, they only wanted a reasonable compensation. With the affirmative answer from Ding Peiwei, Gu Ning called in Guangyao, telling him to leave for City G on the flight at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. She would pick him up in person. When they signed the contract, it could be noisy and a mess. Gu Ning needed someone to keep the situation in order, and Leng Xiaoting immediately took the job. Gu Ning then found out that Leng Xiaoting also had a corporation providing security services. It was called Shangshi Security Company Limited, and all the employees were retired soldiers. Moreover, there were 2 levels of security workers in Shangshi Security Company Limited. One was a security officer and the other was a bodyguard. Common security officers were common retired soldiers, while bodyguards were retired special forces. The latter was much more expensive than the former. Many retired soldiers couldn't find a proper job, so Leng Xiaoting thought that it was a good idea to establish a security company, mainly hiring retired soldiers. However, unexpectedly, the company grew rapidly, and now had branches in every big city and province. Shangshi Security Company Limited was different from Tsinghua Security Company Limited, which belonged to the Qing Gang. The Qing Gang Security Company relied on its fame and quantity, but Leng Xiaoting's company was famous for its ability and quality. The examination in Shangshi Security Company Limited was very strict. The company would test its employees regularly, and it was a high-end company. Businessmen would turn to Tsinghua Security Company Limited while officials would choose Shangshi Security Company Limited. And except for the senior management in Shangshi Security Company Limited, nobody knew that Leng Xiaoting was the real boss of it. After the dinner with Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting that she needed to deal with something personal, and told him to go rest. They would meet tomorrow. Leng Xiaoting respected Gu Ning as well as her privacy, so although he was curious, he didn't ask her. He didn't want to invade her privacy. Oh, wait a second. Just when they were about to separate, Leng Xiaoting thought of something. What? Gu Ning asked. Leng Xiaoting took out a box, handing it to Gu Ning. This is for you. Again? You've already given me so many gifts today. Gu Ning didn't know what to do. Leng Xiaoting must be on a gift-giving spree right now. It's different this time, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning took it and opened it at once. However, the minute she saw what was inside, her eyes rounded in shock. You said that the pair of a dragon and a phoenix means eternal love. Leng Xiaoting fixed his eyes on Gu Ning with determination. Gu Ning was deeply touched by Leng Xiaoting again. Leng Xiaoting bought the pair of pendants which were worth over 10 million yuan, just because it stood for good wishes of eternal love. He gave the phoenix pendant to her, and kept the dragon pendant with himself. That gift was much more persuasive than sweet nothings. Looking at Lung shouting, Gu Ning understood that she couldn't make him wait any longer. He wouldn't feel secure. Therefore, Gu Ning walked to Lung shouting, standing on her tiptoes to kiss his lips. Lung shouting didn't expect that Gu Ning would do that. When his lips met hers, his body tightened, and his mind went blank. It felt warm and slightly wet, and the amazing feeling moved like lightning across his body. He felt like he was in heaven. They were still in a restaurant, so Gu Ning's lips only stayed on his for a few seconds. Seeing that Lung shouting was struck dumb, Gu Ning felt like laughing, but she felt shy too. "That's my answer," Gu Ning said before she escaped away. Lung shouting didn't get his mind back until she was gone. Although his face was flushed because of the abrupt kiss, and his heart was pumping fast, he was thrilled. She kissed him as the answer, which meant that she said yes to him. Even after she had run far from the restaurant, Gu Ning still blushed scarlet. She then went to change her outfit and ended up looking like a mature woman. She headed to Yongla Club afterwards. Yongla Club was a high-end entertainment place in City G. Guests here were either the rich or the authorities, because common people couldn't afford the bill. Gu Ning arrived at Yongla Club at 9 p.m. She had no idea whether Li Zhenjin was here or not, but she knew the number of the private room, so she walked straight to it using her jade eyes to see whether Li Zhenjin was inside. The private room was dimly lit. There was soft music playing in a medium volume. Gu Ning noticed that Su Jing and her boyfriend along with another man were already sitting in it. Su Jing stood up, walking into the washroom. Meanwhile, Lin Wensong, Su Jing's boyfriend, immediately took out a small paper packet, handing it to the other man. "Even if you can't win Lin Zhenjin's heart, you can have her body first. Take a video of it. She wouldn't dare to sue you." Yuan San, who was the one that Su Jing had mentioned earlier today, wore an evil expression. "I know that she won't agree to be my woman anyway. And I also know that you're interested in her too. Why don't we play together later? If you just want to play with her, of course I'm willing to." Lin Wensong wore a greedy expression too. Indeed, he had always wanted to sleep with Li Zhenjin. The music wasn't loud inside, so Gu Ning heard most of their talk with her acute hearing. After hearing their scheme, Gu Ning was satisfied. She had actually had the same idea to pay Li Zhenjin back, but unexpectedly, someone did it for her now. Gu Ning decided to be an onlooker. If their scheme didn't work well, she would then help. She ordered a room adjacent to this one, drinking a glass of red wine, waiting for what was going to happen next. Li Zhenjin arrived soon after Gu Ning sat in the near private room. In fact, Li Zhenjin was unwilling to come, but Qin Yifan ignored her all day. She wanted to relax by drinking. The four drank while chatting. Neither Lin Wensong nor Yuan San showed any hint of misbehavior. They were like good friends gathering together in harmony. Ling Xiaoting went back to his room in the hotel. He couldn't help thinking about the kiss. It was like a dream come true. When Su Jing and Li Zhenjin were a little drunk, Yuan San and Lin Wensong secretly put the drug into their glasses of wine and let them drink it. Before long, Su Jing and Li Zhenjin were unconscious. Yuan San and Lin Wensong pushed them a little to check whether they had really lost consciousness. Seeing that they didn't move at all, Yuan San climbed onto Li Zhenjin without delay, like a hungry wolf. He crazily kissed her face, and his hands were moving violently across her body. He was already turned on. However, within a few seconds, Lin Wensong stopped him. "Why are you rushing? We could be discovered here, so we better leave now." Although Yuan San was reluctant to remove his hands, he knew that it wasn't the right place. Thus Lin Wensong and Yuan San laid Su Jing and Li Zhenjin on their backs respectively, and left. Gu Ning immediately stood up following them. They came here often and were familiar with the waiters here. All the workers knew that they were friends, so no one stopped them. Everyone thought that Su Jing and Li Zhenjin were simply drunk. Lin Wensong and Yuan San carried Su Jing and Li Zhenjin to the parking lot, driving away. Gu Ning immediately got into a taxi and told the driver to follow their car. "Miss, why do you want to follow the car?" the driver asked. He didn't want to be involved in any trouble. Facing the driver's concern, Gu-ning pretended that she was heartbroken, saying in anger, "My fiancé cheated on me, and I need to get pictures as proof to leave him." Gu-ning acted well, and the driver immediately believed her. He sped up, following the car without hesitation, and even comforted Gu-ning. "Miss, I don't think it's a bad thing that you found out about it before you got married. You can dump him now that you found out that he's dishonest. If he did it in your marriage after you had children, you would be in a painful dilemma." The taxi followed Lin Wonsong's car closely. To Gu-ning's astonishment, they drove to clean water blue sky. There were so many coincidences today. Gu-ning was of course happy to know that. It saved her a lot of trouble. Their car went into clean water blue sky. Gu-ning immediately got out of the taxi, striding into clean water blue sky. Seeing that Gu-ning used a key to open the gate, the taxi driver couldn't help thinking to himself that her fiancé must be a terrible man who even brought his mistress back home. As a man, the taxi driver was sometimes also sexually excited by other women, but he had never done anything to hurt his family. He was a man of principles. Gu-ning followed them along to the villas in the middle of clean water blue sky. There was a circle of tall buildings at the outer edge of clean water blue sky with around 20 villas in the middle. Lin Wonsong's car stopped in the garage on the first floor of the number 08 villa before they carried Su Jing and Li Zhenzhen inside. Gu-ning avoided the surveillance cameras and slid inside. She used her jade eyes, seeing that Lin Wonsong put Su Jing on a sofa in the living room before he followed Yuan San, who had Li Zhenzhen on his back, to the upstairs master bedroom. Gu-ning checked the position of the master bedroom, then climbed onto its balcony. Lin Wonsong and Yuan San had no idea that someone was monitoring their behavior. They even didn't bother to close the curtains. "Make her take this. It'll be funnier." Lin Wonsong took out another packet, handing it to Yuan San.
Yuan San smirked.
He knew what it was without asking. He took it and went to put it in water, while Lin Wonsong set up the camera. Before long, Yuan San came back and forced Li Zhenzhen, who was still unconscious, to drink the water. Li Zhenzhen soon reacted. She felt like she had caught a fever and her body was so hot. She kept tearing at her clothing. Yuan San couldn't wait for a second longer, jumping onto Li Zhenzhen's body, followed by Lin Wonsong. They started to have a sexual threesome. Gu-ning waited aside after her camera was set up. She didn't watch them doing it with her own eyes. It would be very shameful for her to do that. Even their moans of sexual pleasure embarrassed Gu-ning to a great extent. She couldn't bear it. Yuan San's movements were violent without any kindness. However, Su Jing told me that Li Zhenzhen has liked the man called Qin Yifan since she was a girl, and I thought that Li Zhenzhen would stay a virgin for the man. Unexpectedly, she is afraid of loneliness too. Yuan San said in a sarcastic way. He was slightly disappointed that Li Zhenzhen wasn't a virgin, but he didn't care about it too much. Li Zhenzhen wasn't a girl after all. She was in her mid-20s, and it was common that she had some sexual experience. Li Zhenzhen stayed abroad for a few years. No one knows how many men she had. "Hey, is it loose? I heard that foreigners D*CKs are large." Lin Wonsong joked while he was brutally rubbing Li Zhenzhen's boobs. "Mine isn't small though," Yuan San said. Gu-ning didn't want to hear them talking any longer. She packed up her camera, leaving a bug there, and left. A video of several minutes was enough, and she left the bug to record what would happen next. With the help of her telepathic eye space, she had put away many useful tools like a camera, bug, knife, gun, laptop, and so forth. Gu-ning had the video in her hands, but didn't plan to expose it. Instead, she wanted to wait and see how they would get revenge on each other. After what had happened tonight, Gu-ning didn't bother to deal with Li Zhenzhen personally. Li Zhenzhen either had to yield under the threat from Lin Wonsong and Yuan San and keep having such an amoral sexual relationship with them both, or she sued them, but had to be known as a victim of rape from now on. Besides, it wouldn't be easy to sue the two men. It wasn't rare that women had sexual experience before she get married nowadays, but a sexual threesome was totally different. It was a scandal and a shame that she could never get rid of because of the video. No matter what happened next, Li Zhenjin was doomed to live a hard life in the future. Gu Ning still felt disgusted after she went back to her apartment, because she could hear the moans and their talk through her earphones along the way. Why don't we get Su Jing up here too? You don't care for her anyway, Yuan Sun said. As a close friend of Lin Wensong, he knew it clearly. True love was merely a fart in their eyes. They only played around, and abandoned whoever they had slept with.
Ah, no problem.
I've already had enough and have wanted to change to a new woman for a long time, Lin Wensong said airily. He wasn't as loyal as he seemed. While he was with Su Jing, he kept having sexual relationship with other women as always, but he was skillful at hiding and lying, so Su Jing had no idea what he was doing behind her back. She even believed that he was deeply in love with her. In fact, there was no reliable rich heir at all. Within minutes, Gu Ning heard the moans of 4 people. Her stomach was turning, but she had to keep listening to know what happened next. Gu Ning sent a message to Leng Xiaoting the minute she got back. She told him that she had just finished her business. Leng Xiaoting replied in a second. That's good to know. He must have been holding his phone, waiting for her message through the night. Indeed, Leng Xiaoting was holding his phone in his hands, waiting for Gu Ning's message or call. Gu Ning had told him that she was going to deal with something, so he didn't dare to bother her. In addition, he still had no idea how to face her after the kiss. When it was almost 12 a.m., they stopped texting each other and agreed to meet tomorrow, but Leng Xiaoting stayed awake the whole night yet again. Lin Wensong and Yuan Sen also finished around 1 a.m. Gu Ning had to admit that they were really full of energy. The next day, Gu Ning went back to her apartment after her morning run. She put on the earphones connected to the bug before changing her clothes. In the villa, in a big bedroom, there was a mess apparently left by the previous night's violent sex. When Li Zhenjin finally opened her eyes, she was still dazed and in great pain. Her sight gradually became clear, but when she recognized the faces in front of her eyes, she trembled in shock. She checked herself, but only found out she was almost bare in the air, black and blue. Li Zhenjin was stunned. What has happened? What has happened? What has happened? What the hell has happened? Seconds later, Li Zhenjin screamed in horror. She sat up abruptly, realizing what had happened to her. Why? How is it possible? Li Zhenjin's scream woke everybody else in the bed. Lin Wensong and Yuan Sen seemed calm, but Su Jing was as stunned as Li Zhenjin. If there were only Lin Wensong and her in the bed, it would be normal. But why were Li Zhenjin and Yuan Sen in bed too? Did we?
A terrible trădăvned on sunnuntai.
No, it's impossible. Su Jing kept persuading herself that it wasn't true. What the hell happened?
Licențe question din anger.
She almost wanted to kill them. What else do you think happened? We were all drunk last night, so we had sex together, Yuan San said airily, like it was par for the course. Indeed, it was par for the course to him. Normally, he would spend some money or say some sweet nothings to get laid. But facing Li Zhenjin, he had to use special skills. I was not drunk at all. Did you drug us? Li Zhenjin glared at Yuan San, questioning him. She wasn't dumb and knew how much she could drink. She had been a little dizzy last night, but not drunk. The only possibility was that she had been drugged. Li Zhenjin knew that Yuan San was a playboy who quickly changed the women beside him without second thought. It was common for him to drug a woman to get laid. Yuan San had chased her for a long time, but she didn't accept HM. So he had probably drugged her due to anger. Li Zhenjin knew it clearly. What? We were drugged. At that time, Su Jing finally realized what had happened. She looked at Lin Wensong, questioning him. What the hell is going on here? Lin Wensong and Yuan San even didn't bother to hide the truth, so they admitted. Right, we did drug your drinks last night, and we all made love in a 4. You asshole. Li Zhenjin raised her hand to slap Yuan San, but was stopped and seized by him before her hand could fall on his face. Yuan San looked at Li Zhenjin with disdain, sneering. Do you want to hit me? Lin Wensong, why did you do that? Su Jing asked in pain and anger. Su Jing, did you really think that I was in love with you? You're merely a not poor girl from a barely rich family. It was your illusion that you could marry me. If you weren't sexy and good in bed, I would have dumped you already. However, I've already had enough, and it's time to change to a new girl. If you want to stay by my side, I would need to think about it, Lin Wonsong sneered. He looked at Su Jing like she was a replaceable toy. You! Su Jing was annoyed and burst into tears. She thought that she had found her true love. She thought that Lin Wonsong loved her deeply just like she loved him. To her astonishment, she was just a sexy toy to him. Yuan-san, I'll sue you.
Licenza error di Nanger.
Very well. Sue me now. However, if you dare to sue us, I'll upload the video of our violent lovemaking foursome to the internet. You'll be famous by then, Yuan-san threatened. He didn't seem scared at all. What? You took a video? Hearing that, both Li Zhenjin and Su Jing were irritated as well as shocked. Yes, we took a video of it. Li Zhenjin, if you keep playing with us, we can keep it a secret, and you may keep chasing Qin Yifan. Even if you can marry him in the future, we won't be involved at all. However, if you want to ruin your reputation, sue us as you like. And let me tell you, I have the video as proof. You two don't seem forced in the video.
Yuan-sen sneered.
He wasn't afraid of Li Zhenjin suing them. You! Li Zhenjin and Su Jing had no idea what to do now. Li Zhenjin burst into tears all of a sudden. Lin Wonsong, why? Why did you do this to me? If you didn't like me, you could ignore me, but why did you have to play with me? Su Jing almost had a breakdown. It was so painful to be betrayed and hurt by someone you loved. I won't reject a woman who chases me, Lin Wonsong said. He didn't care that Su Jing was in pain now. Indeed, Su Jing had chased Lin Wonsong on her own initiative. Although she had treated him seriously, she had made a wrong choice. She was doomed to lose before such an adept playboy. Knowing that Li Zhenjin was stuck in her nightmare, Gu Ning was in a good mood. At 8 a.m., Guangyao called Gu Ning and told her that they were already at the airport. There were 8 of them in all, including himself, a lawyer and a financial worker. Gu Ning immediately called Ding Peiwei. Ding Peiwei told her that everything was going well and that they were waiting for them. After receiving Gu Ning's call, Ding Peiwei felt that it was becoming more of a reality now. And his neighbors all relaxed, but the deal wasn't settled yet, so they didn't feel completely safe. Then Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting around 9 a.m., and they headed to the airport together. Seeing Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting was still a little nervous. Gu Ning actually had the same feeling. Thus Leng Xiaoting immediately changed the topic. The bank has already prepared the cash. You can go and get it. Security guards and government workers will be arriving at 10:30 a.m. Thanks, you've helped me a lot, Gu Ning said. She sincerely appreciated Leng Xiaoting for what he had done for her. You don't need to thank me, Leng Xiaoting said. Aren't you afraid that I'll completely rely on you if you keep doing everything for me? Gu Ning joked. As long as you want, and as long as I am able to, I'm willing to give you my everything, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. Well, I hope you won't regret it. While Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were on their way to the airport, Li Zhenjin and Su Jing were already passed out after a seemingly endless sexual assault by Yuan San and Lin Wonsong. They took many photos this time as well. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the airport, the plane would be landing after a few minutes. Gu Ning let Leng Xiaoting wait in the car, and she went to fetch Guangyao and others. Guangyao and the others arrived at City G. He, along with the lawyer, Li Zuan, got into Leng Xiaoting's car, and the rest took another MPV. Both Guangyao and Li Zuan were surprised by Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance and air of coldness. Gu Ning introduced Guangyao, Li Zuan and Leng Xiaoting to each other, before she began to tell Guangyao about the land acquisition in detail. 40 minutes later at 10:20 a.m., they arrived at Zhongyang Street. The appointed place was the middle square in Zhongyang Street. All the neighbors were already waiting for them with anxiety and excitement. Shengshi Security Company Limited sent 20 normal security guards, who had arrived at Zhongyang Street at 10:10 a.m. However, they didn't enter until their employer came. Leng Xiaoting gave Gu Ning the number of the security leader, and she called the security leader the minute they arrived. They met each other for the first time just before their cars drove inside. Gu Ning's group arrived in a Porsche and 3 MPVs. Gu Ning called Ding Peiwei while they were at the entrance of the street. Ding Peiwei also told his neighbors that the representative of the new real estate company was coming. Unexpectedly, 4 cars arrived at the same times. They were shocked that almost 30 people came to settle the deal. The group consisted of too many people in different positions. All the neighbors couldn't help feeling nervous. Are they going to use violence? Ding Peiwei also panicked a little. He didn't know Gu Ning very well after all, and had no idea why she gathered so many people to be here. However, he stayed calm. It was too early to jump to conclusions. Therefore, Ding Peiwei welcomed Gu Ning with a broad smile. Miss Gu, it's so nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Ding. This is the chairman of Shanghua Real Estate, Ng Guangyao. He's responsible for this land acquisition. Gu Ning introduced Ng Guangyao to Ding Peiwei. Nice to meet you, Chairman N. Ding Peiwei greeted Ng Guangyao, reaching out his hand to him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ding. Ng Guangyao shook hands with Ding Peiwei. Meanwhile, another 3 private cars arrived. The neighbors living in Zhongyang Street were even more nervous now, but Gu Ning knew that they were just government workers. The 3 cars stopped behind the MPVs. Ding Peiwei was astonished when he recognized the people getting out of the cars. The leading men were the secretaries of the Housing Authority and Land and Resources Bureau. The 2 secretaries must be arriving here on behalf of the 2 directors of the Housing Authority and Land and Resources Bureau, and the rest were all their assistants. Ding Peiwei walked to them at once. It's so nice to meet you, Secretary Chong and Secretary Gao. Facing Ding Peiwei, the 2 only nodded slightly, but they behaved kindly and didn't seem arrogant at all. The 2 were often shown in the news conferences, so many people living in the Zhongyang Street were familiar with their faces. It's him. Yes. I've seen him on TV. They're the secretaries of the Housing Authority and Land and Resources Bureau. Jesus. They came in person. I think that they are seriously going to acquire this land. Ng Guangyao and Gu Ning were both astonished as well. They didn't expect that such important figures would arrive too. Gu Ning didn't know whom the government would send, so she had only told Ng Guangyao that the government would help them. To Gu Ning's surprise, the secretaries of the Housing Authority and Land and Resources Bureau came. She had thought that the government would only send a random office leader to be here. Gu Ning gave Ng Guangyao a glance to remind him to welcome the secretaries. He was in charge of this deal after all. Ng Guangyao then immediately walked to the 2 secretaries. It's my honor to meet you here, Secretary Chong and Secretary Gao. I'm the chairman of Shanghua Real Estate, Ng Guangyao. Ng Guangyao said to them. Nice to meet you too, Secretary Chong said with politeness. As the secretary of the Housing Authority, he understood that a person in a position higher than the director demanded this land acquisition. The Shanghua Real Estate had a greater support from the government, so he had to be polite and careful. He also knew that this deal was of great help to the development of the new city, and Hongyun Real Estate's behavior had already annoyed the citizens living in this street. However, Shanghua Real Estate was willing to acquire this land at a reasonable price, which those citizens agreed on. All they needed to do now was to go through the procedure. Then they started to sign the contracts. The citizens were divided into 3 groups according to house number. In the beginning it was chaos, but with the help of the security guards, it was soon in good working order. The compensation was decided by the living space on the premises permit. Workers from the Housing Authority would also check the documents that they brought here with them. The foundation was 20,000 yuan, and the building area was 10,000 yuan per square meter. Self-built houses had the right of foundation property, while that of the tall buildings naturally belonged to the state. Therefore, Gu Ning had to buy the right of foundation property from the government later. In the beginning, many thought that they should be paid in cash, but now all agreed to be paid by transfer. It wasn't safe to carry millions of yuan in cash after all. Some also wanted a house as compensation. The house price was 8,000 yuan per square meter in this area. If one wanted to use the compensation to buy a house, He could have a 20% discount of the actual house price. A 20% discount could save a lot of money, so many were willing to buy a house with the compensation. Moreover, some used the major living space of their place to exchange for a house, and used the rest of the living space to exchange for money. Every house owner was handed a piece of contract to read first. If they had any questions, they could ask now. If they didn't, they could sign the contract right away and get the compensation. Every piece of contract had 2 copies, and Guangyao and the others had worked for a long time to prepare over 1,000 copies of the contract. Thus they could finish the paperwork efficiently today. While they were busy signing contracts, Hongyun Real Estate heard the news that Shanghua Real Estate from City F had also gotten the right of land acquisition in Zhengyang Street. Fang Changsheng, the chairman of Hongyun Real Estate, panicked and immediately asked for details. The chief of the development section of Land and Resources Bureau told Fang Changsheng the news. The two maintained a close relationship, so the chief called Fang Changsheng the minute he heard the news. However, the chief didn't know the details either, and it happened too fast. They had heard nothing about it yesterday, but Shanghua Real Estate got the permission within a day like lightning. Fang Changsheng didn't ask further, but called Lu Shikuan, who was the vice director, at once. Lu Shikuan knew nothing about it either. He wouldn't have known about it if Fang Changsheng didn't call him. After that, he called the vice director of Land and Resources Bureau without delay. The vice director of Land and Resources Bureau told him that the government had already permitted it, and that the land acquisition was ongoing now. Lu Shikuan had mixed emotions. He failed to figure out the connection between Shanghua Real Estate from City F and the government of City G. Lu Shikuan called Fang Changsheng back, asking him in anger, "You had the right of land acquisition for so many days. How come you haven't successfully acquired the land yet?" Fang Changsheng replied resignedly, "Those citizens thought that our compensation isn't enough. They weren't willing to sell the land to us. You could have added to the compensation. It's a profitable deal after all. Shanghua Real Estate is already at the Zhengyang Street now. If you still want this land, go and grab it from them." Lu Shikuan snapped. He had arranged the deal for Fang Changsheng, and he could gain a large amount of money from it too, so he hated to see Hongyun Real Estate lose it. They intentionally provided a low compensation in order to make a fortune from the deal, but in fact, even if they paid a regular compensation, they could still make a lot. Nobody wanted to miss this great chance of making money. Therefore, they were willing to raise the compensation if needed. To their surprise, Shanghua Real Estate had already made an agreement with the citizens living in Zhengyang Street, and they were signing the contracts today. Fang Changsheng was also shocked that the government of City G supported Shanghua Real Estate. However, Shanghua Real Estate only had 700 million yuan in assets. It also had an ongoing project, so its funds weren't comparable to Hongyun Real Estate. "I'll send people there at once." Fang Changsheng knew the benefits of the deal, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. During the lunchtime, Gu Ning bought many lunchboxes from a nearby fancy restaurant, handing them out to the workers. And the citizens who were still at the back of the lines would eat at home. It took time to sign the contract anyway. However, at the same time, another 3 private cars arrived one by one, and attracted a lot of attention. Many citizens changed their expressions when they recognized the people getting out of the cars. The man leading them was Fang Changsheng's secretary, whose name was Sun Kai. He was followed by Zhang Guangda, who was the leader of this area. Seeing Zhang Guangda, Gu Ning knew that the newcomers must be people from Hongyun Real Estate. They had to be here to compete with them. No businessman would tolerate the fact that someone grabbed a deal away at the last second, but it was meaningless for them to show up now because Zhengyang Street had already been bought by Shanghua Real Estate. Hongyun Real Estate had almost settled the deal, but hadn't settled it yet. It was a common business competition between Hongyun Real Estate and Shanghua Real Estate. If Hongyun Real Estate had already settled the deal, Gu Ning wouldn't have grabbed it from them. It wouldn't have been legal either. They're from Hongyun Real Estate. Why are they here? Do they want to compete for this land? I'm afraid so. Everyone started to discuss Hongyun Real Estate with hatred. Hongyun Real Estate had planned to acquire their land at a low price, so they had no positive comments towards it. The people from Hongyun Real Estate were all shocked by the scene before their eyes. They didn't expect that Shanghua Real Estate was so efficient that the citizens were already signing the contract. What are you doing? How can you sign the contract right now? Zhang Guangde was mad. If Shanghua Real Estate won this competition, he couldn't get benefits from Hongyun Real Estate either. Zhang Guangde slightly blamed Hongyun Real Estate because they had given a too low compensation. If they had provided a reasonable price, the citizens wouldn't have resisted. In that case, he could have smoothly gotten his share from the deal, but now everything was gone. Hongyun Real Estate wouldn't give us a reasonable price, but other company will. Ding Peiwei sneered. He was more than happy to see Zhang Guangde being so mad. Exactly, Shanghua Real Estate's acquiring price is much higher than yours. Only idiots would sell this land to Hongyun Real Estate. Another citizen agreed. We can discuss it, Sun Kai said, although he knew that it was too late to say that. Bullshit. We protested for several days, but you weren't willing to raise the price. You simply wanted to snatch this land from us because no other real estate companies dared to compete with you due to your network in the government. Now Shanghua Real Estate is willing to give us a reasonable price, and you come here wanting to discuss with us? No way. They only want benefits. Agree. Sun Kai knew that Shanghua Real Estate must have the government support, so he didn't waste time arguing, but left afterwards. If Shanghua Real Estate hadn't already signed the contracts with the citizens, they could compete for it. But now it was too late to do so. Although the people from Hongyun Real Estate left now, Gu Ning understood that they wouldn't give up easily. They didn't dare to cause them trouble in public, but they would probably try to hurt them secretly. Gu Ning was sure now that they would come back. Nevertheless, she wasn't afraid of them. She wasn't a naive girl to be trifled with. Nobody thought that the people from Hongyun Real Estate would leave so quickly. Everyone thought that they would cause some trouble before leaving. Sun Kai called Fang Changsheng the minute he was in the car. Boss, Shanghua Real Estate has already signed the contracts with the citizens, Sun Kai said. What? How could they be so quick? Fang Changsheng jumped up from his chair in anger. He couldn't believe it. Shanghua Real Estate had settled the deal like lightning. They hadn't gotten the right of land acquisition until yesterday, but they had persuaded all the citizens living in the Zhengyang Street this morning. I don't know the details, but they are truly signing the contracts and I had to leave. Sun Kai sighed. Hongyun Real Estate lost a lot this time. Damn the Shanghua Real Estate. How dare they act against me? I'll make them pay for it. Fang Changsheng was in a rage. He hated Shanghua Real Estate to death now, and he wouldn't give it up. Since Fang Changsheng failed to get the land, he planned to prevent Shanghua Real Estate from having it. Li Zhenjin and Su Jing didn't wake up until 2 p.m. Yuan San and Lin Wensong had already prepared lunch for them. Lin Wensong and Yuan San only wanted to have sex with them, and had no intention to abuse them, except in bed. Have the meal first. Then you can take a shower before we go back, Yuan San said to them. Li Zhenjin and Su Jing glared at them, but didn't dare to resist, because they weren't able to do so. Thus they had to follow his order. After that, Lin Wensong and Yuan San sent them back. On the way, Lin Wensong warned them, "You two better keep it quiet, or you'll be the only people who will be punished. As long as you play with us these days, we'll let you go once we lose interest." At that time, Li Zhenjin's family wasn't at home. There was only a housemaid in the house. "Are you all right?" The housemaid asked Li Zhenjin with care, seeing that she looked so exhausted. "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I need some sleep. Please don't bother me for dinner," Li Zhenjin said to the housemaid in a low voice while she tried to curb her mental breakdown. Luckily it was winter, and she was wearing many layers of clothes. Otherwise, the housemaid would have found out about the injuries around her body. "Sure," the housemaid answered. Li Zhenjin went upstairs, hiding herself in her room. She locked the door and collapsed on the bed crying in pain but not aloud. She had wanted to die when she had woken up after the sexual assault, but now she changed her mind. She wouldn't let them get away with it easily. She set herself to get revenge. Since she couldn't sue them, She would hire professional killers to kill them. At Zhengyang Street, they didn't finish signing the contracts until 5 p.m. Shenghua Real Estate wouldn't be building buildings on this land soon, so the citizens had a month to find new houses. After this Sunday, the final exams were only a month away. Gu Ning planned to leave for province Y to collect money during the winter vacation. Do you need me to help support you financially? Leng Xiaoting asked Gu Ning. It needs hundreds of millions of yuan. Aren't you afraid that I can't pay you back if you lend me the money? Gu Ning asked. I don't need you to pay me back, Leng Xiaoting said seriously. He already treated Gu Ning like his family. Haha, it seems like I'm already married into a super rich family, Gu Ning joked. However, I can handle it myself, thanks. Well, if you need something, just tell me, Leng Xiaoting said, respecting Gu Ning's decision. Sure, Gu Ning replied. Gu Ning told Zhou Zhenghang to order 2 large private rooms in the Huangding Hotel. And Guang Yao invited the 2 secretaries and other government workers to dine together, but was declined. And Guang Yao knew that they had their own concerns, so he didn't insist. And the security guards all went back to their company after the day's task, so only the staff of Shenghua Real Estate went to the Huangding Hotel. Gu Ning couldn't fly back to City F today, so she called Gu Man as well as Zhang Qiuhua and asked for a leave again. Zhang Qiuhua was displeased when Gu Ning said that she would be absent from classes again. She wanted to criticize Gu Ning, but Gu Ning promised that it wouldn't affect her studying, so Zhang Qiuhua compromised. They arrived at Huangding Hotel around 6 p.m. Zhou Zhenghang was already waiting for them. Gu Ning arranged the staff of Shenghua Real Estate in a private room, and Guang Yao and Li Zuan followed Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, walking into another private room where Zhou Zhenghang was. Gu Ning planned to introduce Guang Yao to Zhou Zhenghang, but she still didn't want others to know that she was the real boss, so they had to dine in different rooms. Zhou Zhenghang knew that Gu Ning was going to invite her friends to eat together, but he didn't know whether Gu Ning had told them about their relationship, so he simply greeted them when they came inside. Hi, nice to meet you all. Uncle Zhou, let me introduce you. This is the chairman of Shenghua Real Estate, Guang Yao. And this is its lawyer Li Zuan, Gu Ning said to Zhou Zhenghang. Then she turned to Guang Yao and Li Zuan. Uncle and Uncle Li. This is the chairman of Jade Beauty Jewelry in City Ji, Zhou Zhenghang. It's so nice to meet you. Guang Yao shook hands with Zhou Zhenghang. However, Li Zuan was surprised. What? You're the chairman Zhou of Jade Beauty Jewelry? It's so nice to meet you. I read the news about your opening ceremony on the internet. It was a sensation. Guang Yao knew nothing about it, so he didn't have any special feelings. Thanks, Zhou Zhenghang said. All right, please have a seat, you all. I let you meet today to tell you that Shenghua Real Estate and Jade Beauty Jewelry belong to the same group, Gu Ning said. What? Zhou Zhenghang, Guang Yao and Li Zuan were all astonished, looking to Gu Ning. The 2 companies belong to the same group? If Shenghua Real Estate and Jade Beauty Jewelry belong to the same group, she had to be the owner of those 2 companies. If Gu Ning hadn't emphasized those 2 companies, they probably wouldn't have had an idea, but Gu Ning did emphasize them. They were confused. Seeing that, Gu Ning smiled and said with certainty, like, what's in your mind now? I am the owner of both Shenghua Real Estate and Jade Beauty Jewelry. The 3 men couldn't help taking in a long breath. They were shocked by the news. After a while they understood it. Guang Yao and Li Zuan thought that it was possible that Gu Ning was able to open Jade Beauty Jewelry, since she had the funds to acquire Shenghua Real Estate. Zhou Zhenghang had the same idea. It wasn't impossible that Gu Ning was able to acquire Shenghua Real Estate, since she had enough capital to open Jade Beauty Jewelry. However, she was so young, which was unbelievable. After Gu Ning's explanation, Guang Yao and Li Zuan then found out that she had a special skill for stone gambling, and that she had gained all her capital by it. Guang Yao and Li Zuan were shocked again. Stone gambling was a high-risk activity. It was much harder to make money than normal gambling. Even the gods couldn't make an accurate judgment, but Gu Ning became a billionaire by stone gambling. It was so incredible. Guang Yao and Li Zuan now couldn't admire Gu Ning more. Boss, do you have any more shocking news? Guang Yao joked. He now believed that Gu Ning must be an extraordinary human being. Of course, and you'll know about it in the future, Gu Ning replied, half joking. She absolutely could do more than that. It seems like we better be mentally prepared for the coming shock. Zhou Zhenghong joked as well. They all enjoyed this gathering, except Leng Xiaoting, who was always silent. Leng Xiaoting's phone vibrated all of a sudden. He told Gu Ning that he needed to answer the call before he went out. Before long, Leng Xiaoting came back. He stared at Gu Ning with affection but said with determination, "I'm sorry, but I have to leave right away for a task." "What?" It was so abrupt that Gu Ning was reluctant to let him go. But she also understood that ad hoc assignments happened often. "Is it an emergency? Do you have time to eat first?" "I don't think that I have time to eat right now. I'll come to you once it's done," Leng Xiaoting answered. "Sure, let me walk you out," Gu Ning said. Hearing that Leng Xiaoting was leaving, and Guangyao and the others all wished him good luck, Gu Ning walked Leng Xiaoting to the parking lot. She reminded him to be careful. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting suddenly bent to place a kiss on Gu Ning's lips. Although he still felt shy because of the last kiss, he loved the feeling of it, which made him want it more. Since they were going to be apart, only a kiss could alleviate the lovesickness. "I'll be back by your side," Leng Xiaoting promised. Gu Ning then watched the man disappear from her sight. She felt so lost when he was gone. However, it was unavoidable that they both had to work and would be apart once in a while. When Gu Ning went back to the private room, the dishes were already on the table. The rest of the people around the table were all curious about Leng Xiaoting's identity, but no one asked. None of them liked drinking, so they didn't drink at all. During the meal they kept discussing. "Uncle Lin, I plan to build an office building outside of the living area on Zhengyang Street. It doesn't need to be very big. 300 square meters with 5 or 6 stories will be enough. It'll be the branch of our group and the office building of Shanghua Real Estate as well as Jade Beauty Jewelry in City G. I've already made up my mind to set the headquarters in the capital, because I'm going to apply at the capital university. I also plan to live there afterwards. I'll leave for the capital to see whether there is a suitable office building on sale or appropriate foundation to build one this vacation. The name will be the Shangning Group. I decided to run the real estate and jewelry business across this country. There will only be branches in City F and City G. In addition, I'll also be involved in other industries in the future, including entertainment," Gu Ning said to them. The reason why Gu Ning aimed at the real estate and entertainment industry was that the Tang family was mainly involved in those two industries. Hearing Gu Ning's blueprint, the three of them all rounded their eyes in shock. If another teenage girl said that to them, they probably would think that she must be crazy or naive, but the girl was Gu Ning. They instead believed that she was more determined than ambitious. And no one doubted her ability. It was the truth. She seemed to be an ordinary high school student, but owned a real estate company with around 700 million yuan in assets, and a jewelry company with several hundred million yuan in assets. All within a month. And the value of the jewelry company's assets wasn't less than that of the real estate company. Currently, she had over 1 billion yuan in assets. Moreover, when her jewelry store opened, most of the important figures in City G attended its opening ceremony. Actually, no one dared to question her ability. Although it was much harder to run a business in the capital than in City F and City G, it didn't mean that Gu Ning couldn't make it. They could be concerned about the future of the group, but they should encourage Gu Ning more to conquer any problems ahead. They belong to the same group after all. "Uncle N, if you're free, please send some people to inspect the sources concerning real estate in the capital. If there is any suitable land, you may bid for it. You don't need to worry about the money. I'll leave for province Y to collect enough funds by stone gambling during this vacation," Gu Ning said. The house price in the capital was nothing like that in any other first-tier cities. It was around 20,000 yuan per square meter in the suburb, and it could be dozens of thousand yuan per square meter near the downtown. In a normal city, a land the size of 70,000 square meters was worth lower than 100 million yuan. But in the capital, it was worth several hundred million yuan. In a normal city, a businessman could use around 100 million yuan to build a common living area. But in the capital it was only enough for a single office building. Therefore, if you planned to build a medium-level living area on a piece of land that was 70,000 square meters, you had to prepare at least 1 billion yuan. Sure, and Guangyao answered. Since Gu Ning could collect enough funds by stone gambling, there was no need for him to worry about the money. Uncle Zhou, please start searching for qualified talent these days. When Jade Beauty Jewelry is working well, you can prepare to open other branches, Gu Ning said to Zhou Zhenghong. No problem, Zhou Zhenghong answered. In fact, Zhou Zhenghong had also had the idea to open branches because Jade Beauty Jewelry store had made great profits till now. But he thought that they had just opened the flagship store, so he had better take it slow. However, after Gu Ning's order, Zhou Zhenghong suddenly realized that they could hire and train qualified talent beforehand. After the meal, Gu Ning told Guangyao and the others to stay in the Huangding Hotel tonight, and they would go back together tomorrow morning. Then Zhou Zhenghong drove Gu Ning back to clean water blue sky. When Gu Ning was back in her apartment, she brushed her teeth and washed her face, before lying in her bed to check their Family of Fighters WeChat group. There were thousands of messages and many had mentioned her. However, Gu Ning had been so busy these past 2 days that she forgot to reply. Many of the messages that had mentioned her all asked where she was and why she disappeared. They of course understood that Gu Ning had her personal affairs to deal with, so none of them had called to bother her, but they had no idea what Gu Ning was doing. Gu Ning was very mysterious to them now. If Gu Ning didn't tell them on her own initiative, they wouldn't ask either. Gu Ning simply explained to them that she was running a startup, but she didn't tell them any other details. Yu Mixi and Chu Peihan were mentally prepared already, thus they weren't very surprised, but Hao Ran and other boys were astonished. They were also disappointed that Gu Ning refused to tell them more. Gu Ning then told them that she would be absent from classes tomorrow. At that time an idea dawned on Gu Ning. She asked them to send her their Chinese zodiac signs. However, she still didn't tell them what it was for. Gu Ning decided to send each of them a gift. After that, she sent a message to Zhou Zhenghong booking jade pendants in the shape of her friend's Chinese zodiac signs. All the jade pendants were made from medium high-level jade and were carved with her friend's name. Except for the jade pendant in a rabbit's shape with Han carved on it, they all had to be sent back to her before the next Friday. The rest could be made slowly. Gu Ning and the others' flight would take off at 9:50 a.m., and Zhou Zhenghong came to pick Gu Ning up around 8 a.m. However, before they headed to the airport, Gu Ning went to the Jade Beauty Jewelry store first. She wanted to bring Qian a gift to thank her for when she had taken good care of Gu Man. Qian wouldn't accept the administration fee, so Gu Ning could only send her a gift. Although the administration fee wasn't much, Gu Ning valued their friendship above money. Thus she prepared a gift of a jade pendant which was worth 280,000 yuan for Qian. It was a jade pendant of the hibiscus type in the shape of a leaf as wide as a woman's thumb. At 8:20 a.m., Guangyao and the others climbed into an exclusive car arranged by the hotel, leaving for the airport to meet Gu Ning. Gu Ning arrived at the airport at 9:10 a.m. She checked in, walking into the lounge, and met Guangyao. 10 minutes later they went aboard. Gu Ning had booked the plane ticket herself, so their seats weren't adjacent to each other. While Gu Ning was on the plane flying back to City F, something happened in Kamei Beauty Salon at the same time. Lin Lijuan needed to attend a classmates' gathering this afternoon, so she went to get skincare done this morning. However, to her surprise, she met Gu Man and Gu Qing. Both of them were dressed elegantly and looked totally different now. Both Gu Qing and Gu Man had been beautiful girls when they had been young, but what had happened in their miserable lives had aged them fast. However, their lives were completely different now. Although they weren't young anymore, they were still elegant and charming after comprehensive care. What they had been through only accentuated their beauty. "Why are you here?" Lin Lijuan asked acidly. She was jealous. She knew that they must be here for skincare, but she refused to believe that they could afford it. Seeing Lin Lijuan, both Gu Man and Gu Qing were unhappy. Although they knew that Lin Lijuan was a VIP in Kamei Beauty Salon, it was still upsetting to meet her. "Why can't we be here? This isn't your place," Gu Qing argued. How could you possibly afford it? Lin Lijuan questioned with doubt. She had already noticed that Gu Qing and Gu Man were wearing fashionable clothes, and their skin had apparently improved a lot, but she still couldn't believe it. What? You can't stand the fact that we're rich now? Gu Qing asked sarcastically. Gee, I know how poor you are. You can't be rich all of a sudden, Lin Lijuan said. In her eyes, Gu Qing and Gu Man should be dirt poor throughout their entire lives. Why can't we be rich? Our eldest brother, your husband, was poor in the very beginning too, Gu Qing retorted. After a second, Gu Qing added, and whether we're rich or not has nothing to do with you. You? Lin Lijuan was mad, but she couldn't help being curious about their situation now. Who is so rude that they dare to pick on the bosses here? At that time, a female voice sounded from outside the door. If Gu Ning had been here, she would easily have recognized the woman by her voice even before seeing her face. It wasn't because Gu Ning was familiar with the woman, but because of Gu Ning's outstanding memory. Once she had paid attention to something, she could easily keep it in mind. Within several seconds, two beautiful, noble ladies walked inside. One of them was Hao Rant's mother, Mrs. Hao, who had met Gu Ning once at Master Qin's birthday party. And the other female voice was Mrs. Liu. The lady beside Mrs. Hao had also seen Gu Ning at Master Qin's birthday party, but they hadn't spoken to each other. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Hao, Mrs. Liu. Gu Qing and Gu Man immediately welcomed them, but they weren't greeting them just because of their background. Lin Lijuan instead was stunned to hear that Gu Qing and Gu Man were the bosses. How is it possible? Lin Lijuan couldn't believe her ears. However, since Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu, who were both from super-rich families, came here, Lin Lijuan greeted and flattered them at once. Oh, Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu. It's such an honor to meet you again. You both are so gorgeous and don't seem to age at all. Isn't this Mrs. Gu? Why do you judge others in public? Mrs. Hao asked sarcastically. Mrs. Hao wasn't arrogant at all, and she liked to stand up for her friends. In fact, Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu had been to come a beauty salon twice after Gu Qing, and Gu Man became its bosses. They shared many common interests and soon became good friends. Lin Lijuan sensed Mrs. Hao's anger and felt embarrassed but explained with patience. Mrs. Hao, please don't get me wrong. We're relatives. I knew that they have always lived a hard life and could barely afford their children's tuition fees. They have both quit their jobs and suddenly have money to do skincare. Thus I asked the question simply because I care about them. That's all. Facing Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu, Lin Lijuan didn't dare to raise her voice. Those two ladies were from super-rich families, but her husband was hardly a successful businessman. She wanted to please them, so she naturally had to leave a good impression on them. They're your relatives? Mrs. Liu was surprised. Yes, Lin Lijuan replied. Since you're relatives, why didn't you help them support their children to go to the school? Well, I understand that you don't have the duty to do so. Maybe because I value family very much, but I would have helped my family whenever they needed me. Mrs. Liu intentionally criticized Lin Lijuan for being so cold-blooded. Normally, they wouldn't criticize others in public, but what Lin Lijuan was doing was so unkind and vicious. She refused to help her relatives, and even hated to see them living a good life. Although Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu didn't know much about Gu Qing and Gu Man's family, they got to know some during small talks with Gu Qing and Gu Man. They were both aware that Gu Qing and Gu Man had worked in factories and had been on a tight budget. Gu Man had even been despised by her family because she had gotten pregnant before marriage, but Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu didn't care about that at all. They liked Gu Qing's and Gu Man's honesty and kindness, and they enjoyed chatting with each other. As noble ladies, they absolutely had many so-called friends who enjoyed either flattering one another or competing against each other, and they disliked that. They only socialized with them when it was necessary. Hearing what Mrs. Liu said, Lin Lijuan felt more embarrassed, and she also knew that Mrs. Liu did it on purpose. She hated Gu Qing and Gu Man so much, because they had no intention to help her out. However, since Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu were here, Lin Lijuan didn't dare to blame Gu Qing and Gu Man. After that, Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Liu ignored Lin Lijuan, but said to Gu Qing and Gu Man, "Why don't we have the facial treatment first before we go have lunch together?" "Good idea," Gu Qing and Gu Man answered with one accord. Although they hadn't known each other for a very long time, they got along so well, as if they were old friends. Lin Lijuan was shocked that Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu invited Gu Qing and Gu Man to dine together. "Why? How is it possible?" "Mrs. Gu, please help yourself, and sorry but we're busy right now," Gu Qing said to Lin Lijuan airily, then guided Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu into a private room along with Gu Man. Lin Lijuan was mad but didn't dare to stop her. When they were gone, Lin Lijuan asked a receptionist at the reception, "Are Gu Qing and Gu Man your VIPs too?" "Not really, they're the first and second in command of Kamei Beauty Salon," the receptionist replied politely. However, she disliked Lin Lijuan in her heart. She had witnessed what had just happened, and knew that Lin Lijuan was merely a snobbish and vain person. She now understood why their bosses didn't want their relatives to know that they were rich. "What?" Hearing that, Lin Lijuan rounded her eyes in shock. "Isn't you Na your boss?" "Boss Yu has already immigrated to another country, and now we only have Boss Gu here," the receptionist answered.
Impossible.
"They don't have enough money to acquire this store. It's worth at least a few million yuan." Lin Lijuan still refused to accept the truth. She couldn't believe that Gu Qing and Gu Man were able to afford it. The receptionist couldn't help but roll her eyes. Every rich man started from poverty, except for the rich second-generation heirs. However, even those rich second-generation heirs had to have the ability to maintain their family's wealth, or they would soon become poor people too. Gu Qing and Gu Man were both good bosses, and won the support of the staff. All the workers admired them, and naturally would protect them. "That's impossible. I have to ask them for the answer," Lin Lijuan said, running ahead. "Xiao Xiao, go and have a look. Never allow her to cause us any trouble," the receptionist said to a beautician assistant beside her at once. The beautician assistant immediately followed behind Lin Lijuan. Before Gu Man and the others got into the private room, Lin Lijuan stopped them in the passage. "Gu Qing, Gu Man, I need to talk to you right now." "Lin Lijuan, I don't think we have anything to talk about. If you want to have skincare, you can turn to the beauticians." Gu Qing refused directly. She knew what Lin Lijuan wanted to do, but she wouldn't listen to her now. "You!" If Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu had not been there, Lin Lijuan absolutely would have yelled at Gu Qing, but now Lin Lijuan had to swallow her anger. She turned around and left right away. She called Gu Qinxiang the minute she got outside. "What?" Gu Qinxiang was impatient at having to answer Lin Lijuan's call. "Honey, I just met Gu Qing and Gu Man in a beauty salon. You won't believe it, but they're the bosses of the beauty salon. How can they afford it? It's worth a few million yuan at least," Lin Lijuan said with anger. "What? They have that much money?" Hearing that, Gu Qinxiang was shocked too. He didn't believe it either. "Exactly. That's the reason why they both quit and moved. They're rich now and don't want to stay in contact with us," Lin Lijuan added. "How did they become rich?" Gu Qinxiang was confused. "How would I know? I wanted to ask them, but Gu Qing wouldn't talk to me. Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu were also there helping them. I was afraid to annoy them, so I left." Thinking that Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu were so close to Gu Qing and Gu Man, Lin Lijuan was full of jealousy. "What? Do you mean the Mrs. Hao whose family ranked 9th on the list of the richest? And the Mrs. Lu from Happy Home, the famous furniture and home accessories company?" Gu Qinxiang was shocked once more. "Yes," Lin Lijuan replied. "Fine, I'll find out," Gu Qinxiang said, then hung up. He had mixed emotions now. He wanted to call Gu Qing with his mobile phone, but after second thought he used the landline in his office, because Gu Qing knew his mobile phone number, and she wouldn't answer his call. Gu Qing truly didn't know Gu Qinxiang's office number, so she answered his call. "Hi." Gu Qinxiang didn't waste time greeting her but asked directly, "Gu Qing, I'm your eldest brother. I heard that you and Gu Man bought a beauty salon. Where did you get the money?" He was purely questioning her. It sounded like he believed that Gu Qing and Gu Man should be poor and lack money forever. Hearing that, Gu Qing almost laughed because of her eldest brother's tone. She absolutely understood that Gu Qinxiang hated to see them living a better life than him, so she argued at once. Why are you questioning me now? Is it illegal that we're rich? Don't forget your poor life from before you became rich. You! Gu Qinxiang was mad but didn't know what to say. Gu Qing didn't avoid Gu Man, Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu, so they all heard everything clearly. Gu Man's face changed a little and seemed hurt. Even though she already saw through her family, she felt sad at being questioned like that. Mrs. Hao was irritated at once. She stood up grabbing the phone from Gu Qing and said, Boss Gu, I'm Hao Zhonglong's wife Gu Lan. I don't understand why you have to ask Gu Man and Gu Qing for the source of their money. Let me tell you this, I lent the money to them. And you don't have to right to question them. After that, Mrs. Hao hung up on Gu Qingxiang, looking at Gu Qing and Gu Man. Sorry I'm being a little rude. Please don't mind me. Gu Qing and Gu Man exchanged a glance, then snorted with laughter. Gu Qing said, Of course not. I think you've done a great job. Is your money legal? Mrs. Hao unconsciously asked, but she soon realized she shouldn't have said it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It didn't matter if Mrs. Hao meant it or not. Gu Qing and Gu Man weren't mad at her. Gu Man explained, Of course our money is legal. I just don't want to tell them. My daughter saved a man's life by accident. The man gave her an emerald the size of a quail's egg as a reward. My daughter then went to a jewelry store to identity it. Unexpectedly, it was the king's green which was worth 10 million yuan. We didn't need jewelry, so my daughter sold it and used the money to start a business. Gu Man didn't hide the truth because it wasn't shameful after all. And she was willing to tell Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu. What? The king's green? It's the king of the jade. It must be priceless. Hearing that, Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu were shocked. Women love jewelry. Some of them preferred gold and silver, some preferred diamond, while some preferred jade. Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu's preference was jade. Like the old saying went, jade nourished humans. And jade could accentuate their air of elegance. Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu didn't doubt Gu Man's explanation, because they believed that Gu Man wouldn't lie to them. Meanwhile, Gu Qinxiang was struck dumb for a long while after Mrs. Hao hung up on him. Mrs. Hao lent them money? He wasn't sure whether he should believe it and was quite surprised. Although he didn't dare to annoy Mrs. Hao, he was aggravated by her. Gu Ning got off the plane and left the airport alone, instead of leaving with Guangyao and others. She turned on her phone, calling Gu Man. Hearing that Gu Qing and Gu Man were in the beauty salon, Gu Ning decided to meet them there. After the call with Gu Ning, Gu Man said to Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu, my daughter is coming here to meet us. We will probably dine together. Do you mind? Mrs. Hao's and Mrs. Lu's eyes lit up at once. Mrs. Hao smiled. Of course not. We also want to meet your daughter again. Oh, can my son join us? He probably knows your daughter because they go to the same school. Although my son isn't good at studying and is a little naughty sometimes, he's a nice boy, Mrs. Hao said. Sure.
Gu Man replied.
Mrs. Hao then sent a message to her son. Hao Ran read the message from his mother, but he didn't want to go. However, her mother demanded that he come right away. Otherwise, she would punish him when she got home. To be honest, Hao Ran was afraid of his mother, because his mother could keep talking by his ears for a long time, which was quite bothersome, and Hao Ran couldn't stand it. In the end he had to agree. Around 11:40 a.m., Gu Ning arrived at the beauty salon. Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu had also just finished their facial treatment, waiting in the lounge. Ning Ning, come here. Gu Man saw Gu Ning first. Gu Ning walked over to Gu Man afterwards. The minute that Gu Ning walked inside, Mrs. Hao abruptly stood up in astonishment. It's you. Everybody looked at Mrs. Hao. Does she know Gu Ning? Seeing Mrs. Hao, Gu Ning was slightly surprised, but still greeted her politely. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Hao. Don't call me Mrs. Hao. You can just call me Aunt Gu. Mrs. Hao had a good impression of Gu Ning in the first place, and now she liked her more after she found out that Gu Ning was Gu Man's daughter. Nice to meet you, Aunt Gu. Gu Ning said again. Gu Lan, do you know Gu Man's daughter? Mrs. Lu asked with confusion. Gu Qing and Gu Man were also confused. She is the girl who attended Master Qing's birthday party with Hao Ran and the other boys the other day. She also sent a gift of, wait a second, oh, the glass with deer heads. You told me that the girl had a good air at that time. Mrs. Hao explained with delight. Oh, it was you. Mrs. Lu was surprised. Gu Ning had impressed her that day. Yes, it was me. And nice to meet you too, madam. Gu Ning greeted Mrs. Lu. Please don't call me madam. You can simply call me Aunt Bai, Mrs. Lu said. Nice to meet you, Aunt Bai, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Gu Qing and Gu Man figured out what was going on now. They knew that Gu Ning had attended a birthday party. Gu Man told me that her daughter is a senior student in the number 3 high school. I then called Hao Ran to meet you. Unexpectedly, you're friends already, Mrs. Hao said, like they were meant to be close. Oh, Hao Ran is almost leaving his school now. I'm curious about his reaction when he sees you, Mrs. Lu said. Apparently, she had no intention to tell Hao Ran the coincidence beforehand. Gu Ning had the same idea, so she didn't tell Hao Ran either. The group of them went to the hotel after that. Mrs. Hao called Hao Ran and told him its location. Half an hour later, the dishes were gradually placed on the table. At the same time, Hao Ran arrived. The minute he walked into the private room, he noticed Gu Ning, because Gu Ning was more noticeable among those mature ladies. He rounded his eyes in great shock. Boss, why are you here? Boss. Everyone was surprised, glancing at Hao Ran and Gu Ning. Why is Hao Ran calling Gu Ning his boss? Gu Man also recognized Hao Ran when he came in. This boy had visited her in the hospital before, but she didn't remember his name. Now Gu Man truly believed in fate. Well, it's nothing. I just had a bet with Gu Ning and I lost, so I call her in that way. Hao Ran realized that he had said something wrong, so he gave them a perfunctory answer. In case they would ask further, Hao Ran immediately turned to Gu Man and asked, Nice to meet you, Aunt Gu. Do you remember me? Mrs. Hao clearly knew that her son fought a lot in his school, but she only knew that Hao Ran fought with boys. If Mrs. Hao found out that Hao Ran had fought with a girl, and that it had been 3 versus 1, she would punish Hao Ran severely. Even if he hadn't won, it was shameful. Mrs. Hao hated people without manners. Of course. You visited me when I was in hospital, Gu Man said, smiling. Hao Ran successfully removed the other's attention from his bet with Gu Ning. After greeting Mrs. Lu and Gu Qing, Hao Ran took a seat. Actually, Hao Ran was indeed a good boy. Except for fighting and being absent from classes, he was a well-educated boy with good manners. Teenagers were always disobedient after all. I have always wanted to buy a high-end set of jade jewelry, but there's only common jade in City F. The jewelry in Itsue Jade Store isn't bad, but I don't like its style. And I'm too lazy to fly to a first-tier city, Mrs. Hao said resignedly. Hearing that, an idea dawned on Gu Ning. This was a good chance for her to advertise her jade jewelry brand. Aunt Hao, there is a jade jewelry store in City G that opened the day before yesterday. It is called Jade Beauty Jewelry, which is a high-end brand. Its jade is all medium-high level and above. A big king's green was open for reservation at its opening ceremony, and it was fully reserved within minutes. The store made at least 100 million yuan that day. Although the king's green is sold out, there are many other rare types of jade, like old pit glass, double happiness, purple violet, the water type, the hibiscus type, and so forth. It also provides a customization service. In addition, all the consumers can have a 10% discount during the first 3 days after its opening ceremony.
Kuning site.
It was quite persuasive. Really? Mrs. Hao's and Mrs. Lu's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes. I was been there last weekend. You can also search for it on the internet. There's a lot of news about it. Many important figures in City G attended its opening ceremony, Gu Ning replied. Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu immediately used their phones to search Jade Beauty Jewelry, reading through the news. When they saw the advertisement post, both Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu were thrilled. The king's green seemed so attractive. It was a pity that they missed the chance to see it in person. And there were many photos of other jade jewelry. The jewelry made of high-level jade was indeed different from cheaper ones. They could even feel its nobility through the screen of their phones. Gu Qing and Gu Man were curious too. But they knew less about jade, so they searched it for fun. The design actually looks simple. But the high-level jade is indeed special, Mrs. Howe said. Exactly. And there are so many types of jade which are hard to find. The boss of the jade beauty jewelry must be wealthy and has a rich source of jade, Mrs. Liu added. They loved jade and naturally knew the source of jade. Jade was from stone gambling. Stone gambling was much harder than normal forms of gambling. 99% of the time people could fail. Only 1% could win. Professional skills and knowledge were reliable, but they only slightly raised the possibility to win. Why don't we go to City G together? Mrs. Howe proposed. Good idea. I'll book the plane tickets right now, and we're leaving this afternoon. Mrs. Liu was also excited. Mrs. Howe and Mrs. Liu were so efficient, and Gu Ning was happy that she had successfully promoted her brand. City G wasn't far away from City F, and it only took an hour to fly there. Hao Ran, who was already used to his mother's behavior, stayed silent. After the meal, since Mrs. Howe and Mrs. Liu were leaving for City G, they dispersed. Hao Ran asked Gu Ning whether she wanted to go back to school with him. Gu Ning declined because she had already asked for a leave, and would go to school tomorrow. The minute that Lin Lijuan got home, she told her mother-in-law about what had happened today. The old lady was shocked that Gu Qing and Gu Man were suddenly rich and had even acquired a beauty salon. How can they do that? They're rich now and disappear right away. They should respect and think about me, the old lady said, as if she was the one who had always been treated unfairly. She even took it for granted that Gu Qing's and Gu Man's money belonged to her. The old lady didn't care about her daughter's life, but only wanted them to pay her back because she had brought them up. All in all, the old lady hated Gu Qing and Gu Man, and didn't want them to live a better life than her. Lin Lijuan had an evil idea all of a sudden. Mom, Gu Man is still unmarried according to the law, and she is still your daughter. Her money should be yours too. Although Gu Man's money was barely comparable to Gu Qingxiang's wealth, Lin Lijuan merely wanted to prevent Gu Qing and Gu Man from living a good life. Especially Gu Man. Lin Lijuan hated her to death because of what Gu Ning had done to Gu Xiaoxiao. The old lady immediately called Gu Man, but Gu Man wouldn't answer. Undoubtedly, the old lady was calling her for nothing good. Gu Man wouldn't answer her call, and the old lady was furious. She called Gu Qing, but it was still the same. The old lady was in a rage now. They both won't answer my call. They totally forget that I am their mother. Where is the beauty salon? I'll go and find them in person. Lin Lijuan didn't stop her, and told her mother-in-law the address. The old lady left the house right away. Gu Ning was free today, so she went back to the beauty salon along with Gu Qing and Gu Man. In fact, Gu Ning was worried that her grandmother would cause them trouble again, because the old lady had just called Gu Qing and Gu Man. If the old lady came to them right now, Gu Ning was afraid that Gu Qing and Gu Man wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Gu Ning was right. Only half an hour after they were back in the beauty salon, the old lady arrived. And the minute she walked in, the old lady shouted, "Gu Qing, Gu Man, come out now." Her shout attracted a lot of attention from people around her. Everyone instantly knew that she must be a troublemaker. "May I ask your name? Why do you want to meet our bosses?" The receptionist immediately walked over to comfort her, in case the old lady ran amok. However, the old lady was shameless and didn't care about her face at all. She stood at the door swearing loudly. "Gu Qing, Gu Man, you're so unfilial. You're rich now and you forget about your mother. You're ***ts. Within seconds, many people gathered around, and those who didn't know the truth all blamed the so-called unfilial daughters. However, the staff in the beauty salon all believed that Gu Qing and Gu Man wouldn't do such a thing. Gu Ning, Gu Qing and Gu Man were sitting in a nearby office room. They heard it clearly, walking out at once. Seeing her grandmother, Gu Ning was extremely displeased. Gu Qing and Gu Man were also unhappy. Their mother meant nothing to them now. Before they came out, Gu Ning told Gu Qing as well as Gu Man to stay quiet and let her solve this problem. What did you just say?
Kuningsaid coldly.
She didn't have any respect towards her grandmother because her grandmother didn't deserve it at all. Isn't it true? You became rich and suddenly disappeared. You quit your job, moved to another place and won't even answer my calls. If my eldest son's wife hadn't encountered you here, I would probably still have no idea that you're rich enough to run a salon now, the old lady said angrily. Really? They disappeared once they became rich. They abandoned their mother. Some criticized Gu Qing and Gu Man. Shut your mouth.
Koningsnappet.
Her cold glance made the crowd fall silent. Everyone was frightened by her coldness. Gu Ning said icily, "Do you know the real reason behind it? If you don't, then shut up. Don't think you stand by the side of fairness after you only hear her accusation. If you were us, I don't believe that you can still blame us." Everyone immediately knew that the thing wasn't as simple as the old lady said. Some felt embarrassed and no one said another word. "I think you must still remember why we moved out. It was you who forced us to leave. Your lovely granddaughter scared my mother with a photo of me and my schoolmates playing together. My mother thought I was beaten by them and fell down the stairs. My mother had to stay in the hospital for a week. Did you ever come and visit her? And you have even sworn at my mother and me in public. Why should we still have to answer your calls?"
Koningsneret.
In her eyes, the old lady was just a shameless loser. What? The old lady is the shameless one? Hearing that, everyone looked at the old lady in a different way. If it was true, only idiots would answer her calls. You! The old lady was mad but didn't know how to retort. No matter what your scheme is, this saloon has nothing to do with you. It belongs to me and I have no connection with you. Thus you have no right to interfere in my business, Gu Ning said. You're my granddaughter. How come you have no connection with me? The old lady argued. She totally forgot that she had refused to admit that Gu Ning was her granddaughter before. Facing money, the old lady was more than willing to admit that Gu Ning was her granddaughter. Interesting. Gu Ning laughed out loud. It was so ironic. For the past 18 years, you refused to admit that I'm your granddaughter. In your eyes, I'm merely a B***C* road. And now, you want me to call you my grandmother just because I'm rich? In your dreams. Gu Ning didn't care to reveal her terrible history in public, because she didn't want the old lady to ruin her mother and aunt's reputations. It would be terrible if the old lady succeeded this time. Now the crowd started to criticize the old lady. Your mother did. However, before the old lady could finish, Gu Ning interrupted her saying coldly, I told you not to humiliate my mother and me again. Otherwise you'd pay for it. Don't ever try to restrict me with moral standards. It's useless. Hearing that, the old lady lowered her voice, but she was reluctant to give up. Your mother is my daughter, and you're obliged to support me when I'm old. You're rich now, and you have to let me share your money. Well, my eldest uncle has a company with dozens of million yuan in assets. If his wealth isn't enough to provide you a good life, I won't stop my mother and aunt from supporting you, Gu Ning replied. The old lady was so greedy. What? Her eldest son had a company with dozens of million yuan in assets, and she now even asked her daughters for money? She simply didn't want her daughters to live a good life. Everyone disliked and despised the old lady now. None of them felt sorry for her anymore. Gu Ning added then, each of them can only give you 1,000 yuan every month. Although Gu Ning wouldn't stop Gu Qing and Gu Man from supporting her grandmother, she would limit the amount of allowance. Gu Ning only did it for Gu Qing and Gu Man's good. She didn't want others to blame her mother and aunt for not supporting their mother. If Gu Ning had such a mother, she wouldn't give her a cent at all. What? 1,000 yuan? I'm not a beggar. Gu Man is still unmarried, and she's still my daughter. I of course should be in charge of her money. The old lady was mad. She wanted far more than 1,000 yuan. Everyone was stunned by the old lady's shamelessness. Even though Gu Man was still unmarried, she had a daughter and had already moved out. The old lady's son was rich, but she still wanted to exploit her daughters. This time Gu Ning couldn't help laughing. You should be in charge of my mother's money? You're crazy. My mother's money only belongs to her. She won't give you an allowance now either. If you still know what shame is, you better go away right now. Otherwise, I'll call the police. You! The old lady didn't expect that Gu Ning would dare to force her to go away. Exactly. She's so shameless. She has kicked her daughters out, and now wants to take control of her daughter's money? Who does she think she is? It's so awful to have such a mother. If I were her daughter, I would go far away from her and never come back. Everyone criticized the old lady. The old lady couldn't stand it, so she suddenly went amok. Gu Ning, you're merely a B***ST**RD without a father. It was me who brought you up, but you have no respect towards me. And you even made Xiao Xiao transfer to another school. You'll go to hell. What? Ningming made Xiao Xiao transfer to another school? Gu Qing and Gu Man were both astonished. However, they believed that Gu Ning wouldn't do that for no reason. Gu Xiaoxiao must have done something terrible to Gu Ning, and made Gu Ning do something to force her to transfer to another school. The rest of the people didn't believe the old lady's words either. Gu Ning was furious, and she almost lost control of her urge to slap the old lady. Her utterly cold look made the old lady tremble in shock. You're indeed shameless. However, since you brought it up, I'm glad to tell you the truth. Although I don't believe that you had no idea why Gu Xiaoxiao transferred to another school, I'll tell you once more. She is my biological cousin, but humiliated my mother in public. I slapped her for that, and she turned to the Qing gang for help. She hired some hoodlums to rape me. If I hadn't beaten down those hoodlums, I would be ruined already. I didn't call the police and throw her into prison, but you aren't grateful at all. You even blame me for that. It was our school's decision to expel her, because no school would allow a student to do such a vicious thing, and no school wanted a student who has committed such a crime. Gu Qing and Gu Man were stunned by Gu Ning's words. The crowd also took a long cold breath in. The girl called Gu Xiaoxiao is so malicious that she even hired hoodlums to rape her cousin. Gu Man ran to Gu Ning, clasping her in her arms and crying in pain. Ning, my poor child. I had no idea that you suffered so much. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Gu Man couldn't imagine the result if Gu Ning hadn't beaten those hoodlums down. Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. Gu Ning immediately comforted her mother. If the old lady hadn't been so unreasonable, Gu Ning wouldn't have said it in public. She was unwilling to upset her mother and aunt, and also didn't want to expose her terrible experience in front of strangers. Gu Qing couldn't help weeping too. She snapped at the old lady. How could you be so cruel? Go away right now. I don't have a mother like you. At that time, nobody thought that Gu Qing's behavior was inappropriate, because the old lady deserved it. Everyone had sympathy for Gu Man, Gu Qing and Gu Ning now. Seeing that the old lady didn't move at all, Gu Qing ordered a manager beside her. Manager Chun, please take this old lady out and let the security guards handle it. If she dares to cause any trouble again, call the police. Sure. A woman who was around 30 years old, followed by several men, walked out without delay. They violently pulled the old lady towards the outside. Gu Qing, how dare you do this to me? I am your mother. The old lady had never been humiliated like that before. She trembled in anger and shock but failed to resist. The minute that Manager Chan and the other men grabbed the old lady, pulling her out, 2 security guards who had been informed arrived. Manager Chan then handed the old lady to the security guards and briefly told them what had just happened. After that, 2 security guards forced the old lady to leave without hesitation. The old lady was driven away, and the crowd dispersed afterwards. Those customers who were in the middle of skincare didn't leave just because of the drama, but comforted Gu Qing and Gu Man before they continued. Apparently, Gu Qing and Gu Man were both admired by their staff and the customers. The old lady kept swearing on her way out of the shopping mall. The 2 security guards didn't let her go until they were outside, but they didn't leave right away. Instead, they fixed their eyes on the old lady in case she tried slide in and cause any trouble again. Although the old lady was mad, She could do nothing under the surveillance of security guards. She called Gu Qingxiang, telling him what had just happened. The old lady kept blaming Gu Qing, Gu Man and Gu Ning, and didn't think that it was her fault at all. Gu Qingxiang was shocked by his mother's stupid behavior and demanded that she go back home right away. What his mother had done was so shameful, and Gu Qing as well as Gu Man had Mrs. Hao's support now. The Gu family was barely comparable to the Hao family. The old lady knew nothing about it, but she listened to Gu Qingxiang and went back home. She decided to wait for another chance. When the old lady got back home, Lin Lijuan immediately understood that she had failed. Lin Lijuan was so disappointed. However, she still asked, "Mom, how was it?" She wanted to know how Gu Qing and Gu Man managed to handle the old lady. Gu Ning the B***C***RD. She said that Gu Man's money has nothing to do with me. She would even only allow Gu Qing and Gu Man to give me 1,000 yuan every month. "I'm not a beggar," the old lady said in anger. Although she already lived a good life in Gu Qingxiang's place, and even had a savings of around 100,000 yuan, she simply wanted to seize Gu Man's and Gu Qing's money.
Gu Ning.
Lin Lijuan was full of anger when she heard Gu Ning's name. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning, Gu Xiaoxiao wouldn't have had to transfer to another school. The national college entrance exam was just around the corner, and the school transfer could affect Gu Xiaoxiao's studying. It was meaningless and useless to talk about reason with a selfish person, because she was so self-centered and didn't care about others at all. It was her fault, but she would still blame others for that. The old lady couldn't calm down. She went back to her room, calling Gu Qingyang, and told him everything. What? Gu Qing and Gu Man are rich now? They acquired a beauty salon? Where did they get their money from? Gu Qingyang was more than shocked and felt jealous when he heard the news. Gu Qing and Gu Man had always been the poorest in the Gu family, but now they had a salon with millions of yuan in assets, while Gu Qingyang himself only had 100,000 yuan. I have no idea where their money came from, but they're suddenly rich now. That's the reason why they quit their jobs, moved into another place, and even refused to answer our calls. They totally forgot us, the old lady complained. Gu Qingyang absolutely knew what his mother liked. She must have said something terrible and was driven away by Gu Qing and Gu Man. However, he was also mad at Gu Qing and Gu Man because they had abandoned him too once they became rich. He felt like he lost the respect from his two sisters. Thus he immediately called Gu Qing after he hung up the call with his mother. Gu Qing understood why Gu Qingyang called her. She didn't want to answer it in the beginning, but she was also clear that if she didn't answer it, he would keep calling her forever. She couldn't turn her phone off, because she was running a business now. In the end, Gu Qing answered it. Facing Gu Qingyang's question, Gu Qing argued back using what Gu Ning had said to the old lady. She even asked Gu Qingyang whether he would still be quiet if the old lady and Gu Qingxiang's family humiliated them like usual. The old lady aimed at Gu Man and Gu Ning, but she also hated and always swore at Gu Qing too. Gu Qing therefore had no good feelings towards her mother, but had a close relationship with Gu Man naturally. Gu Qing stood with Gu Man and Gu Ning. Gu Qingyang didn't know what to say, because he was so used to discriminating against Gu Qing and Gu Man. Especially when Gu Qing had married Jiangsu who was poor, and Gu Man had gotten pregnant before being married, Gu Qingyang despised them more. However, he had only laughed at Gu Man and Gu Qing, and hadn't hurled abuse at them. It was his mother who had always treated them so unfairly. Gu Ning was right by Gu Qing's side. She told Gu Qing to give the phone to her. Gu Ning then said, "Uncle, this Gu Ning. I call you my uncle just because there isn't a considerable grudge between us. And let me tell you this, except for my aunt's family, I hate all the rest in the Gu family. We haven't cut your family off yet, but it doesn't mean that we won't. You probably think that I'm being too proud, but that's the truth. You better face it. If you still take my mother and my aunt as your sisters, please stop interfering in our personal affairs. If you want to scheme against us like Gu Qingxiang's family, I'll pay you back. I'm not just saying that. Gu Xiaoxiao is a great example." Gu Ning said it calmly, but Gu Qingyang was anxious. "What did you do to Xiaoxiao?" Gu Qingyang asked. Gu Xiaoxiao hired some hoodlums to rape me, but I know kung fu and I beat them down onto the ground. She was then expelled by our school. I spread the news across City F, and no school was willing to accept her. She had to leave City F. I didn't call the police and throw her into prison, but her family still blamed me. I don't care about them now. If anyone dares to hurt me, I'll definitely pay him or her back. Gu Ning didn't mind telling Gu Qinyong the details, because she planned to remind him to behave himself. Gu Ning had no intention to cut Gu Qinyong's family off for now. Gu Qinyong's family had invited Gu Qing and Gu Man to dine together when they had been in City F last time, which meant that Gu Qinyong still treated Gu Qing and Gu Man as his family, although he disliked his sisters. Gu Ning didn't care about the Gu family, but they were Gu Qing and Gu Man's family after all. Although Gu Qing and Gu Man were already disappointed in them, they still longed for care and love from their family deep down in their hearts. As long as Gu Qinyong behaved himself, Gu Ning wouldn't cut him off. However, if he schemed against her like Gu Qinyong's family, Gu Ning wouldn't be kind to him either. Hearing that, Gu Qinyong couldn't help taking a long cold breath in. Gu Qinyong had only told him that Gu Xiaoxiao had annoyed a student from a powerful family, so Gu Xiaoxiao had transferred to another city for her own safety. If what Gu Ning told him was true, Gu Xiaoxiao was really evil, but Gu Ning wasn't simple either if she had been able to spread the news across the city. Although Gu Qinyong still doubted Gu Ning's ability, he couldn't ignore the possibility. Thus he wasn't willing to be involved in this mess for now. Gu Qinyong was selfish and felt jealous of Gu Qing and Gu Man because they suddenly became rich. However, he also knew that it had nothing to do with him. He indeed had no right to be involved. Hao Ran went back to his school and told his friends what his mother had done. His mother called him to join a meal and make friends with her friend's daughter. Unexpectedly, the daughter of his mother's friend was exactly his boss. His friends all joked that Hao Ran and Gu Ning were meant to be good friends. In the afternoon, Gu Ning had an appointment with An Qian to dine together. An Qian was off duty after 5:30 p.m., and the center hospital wasn't far away from downtown. It only took several minutes to get there by car. Gu Ning arrived at the restaurant before 5:30 p.m., and An Qian arrived a little later at 5:40 p.m. Ning Ning. An Qian was excited to see Gu Ning. Gu Ning immediately stood up to welcome her. You finally called me out. I've been waiting for your call. The National College entrance exam is just around the corner, and I was afraid to affect your studying, so I don't dare to call you. An Qian slightly complained. Gu Ning felt a little embarrassed. She wasn't busy studying at all. Instead, she was busy flying to City G to deal with business. I have been very busy these days, but I called you as soon as I was free, Gu Ning explained. All right, I forgive you, An Qian said. She wasn't really mad at Gu Ning, because she understood that Gu Ning as a senior student had to be occupied by studying and school assignments. What do you want to have? Gu Ning handed the menu to An Qian. An Qian took it and read for a while. I think I want steak, a fillet done medium well, and black pepper sauce. I'll have the same.
Gu Ning sighed.
Oh, I brought you a gift, Gu Ning said, taking a small box out of her backpack. A gift for me? An Qian was surprised, but she didn't take the box right away. What is it? She understood that Gu Ning was sending her a gift because she had taken care of Gu Man, but it was nothing compared to what Gu Ning had done for her. If it was only an ordinary gift, she would take it, but if it was too expensive, she wouldn't accept it. Gu Ning knew what was in An Qian's mind, so she told a white lie. Just a jade pendant. It's not expensive at all. I went to City G the other day, and bought it because it's beautiful. Since Gu Ning said so, An Qian didn't reject. Thanks. The minute she saw the jade pendant in the shape of a leaf, An Qian liked it a lot. Wow! It's so pretty. She put it on afterwards and even took a photo with it. An Qian knew less about jade, so she had no idea about its type, nor level. After the meal, they went to shop together. Gu Ning wasn't busy today, so she was glad to be in Qian's company. Just as Gu Ning and An Qian entered the store, 3 young women around 26 years old came inside too. However, when they noticed An Qian, they all changed their expressions. One of them said acidly, Oh, isn't this Dr. N? What a coincidence. Seeing the three women, and Qian was displeased too. There was impatience and hatred in her eyes. And Qian ignored them at once. And Qian, where are your manners? How can you be so impolite and ignore us? The woman asked sarcastically. This time, and Qian couldn't stay quiet anymore. She looked to the woman saying coldly, Chen Mengqi, I don't think you're qualified to judge my manners. Can't you treat me as a common stranger? And Qian, I want to do so, but I can't because you robbed me of my man. Chen Mengqi clenched her teeth in anger. Hearing that, Gu Ning frowned a little. Although she didn't believe that An Qian would do so, she couldn't jump to conclusions before she knew the details. Chen Mengqi, you're insane. I never robbed you of your man. Lu Jingyu isn't your man. You can't get him because you don't deserve him. He dislikes you and you can't blame me for that. And Qian snapped. Now, Gu Ning understood what was going on to some extent. If it hadn't been for you, he wouldn't have rejected me. You know that he likes you but you don't like him. Then why do you have to be so close to him and give him hope? Chen Mengqi criticized. Chen Mengqi, don't you think that you're being ridiculous? It has nothing to do with you if I stay close to him. He isn't your boyfriend, and you have no right to interfere in his personal affairs. Although it wasn't the first time that Chen Mengqi had said that to her, and Qian still thought that it was ridiculous whenever she heard it. Nevertheless, he said that he only likes you. Chen Mengqi was jealous. So what? It has nothing to do with you, and Qian replied. You. Chen Mengqi didn't know how to retort. Who Lu Jingyu liked indeed had nothing to do with her. But because Lu Jingyu only liked An Qian, she had no chance. She could only blame and hate An Qian. At that time, a saleswoman walked over and reminded them, please do not argue in our store. There are other consumers here. Thanks. As long as this miss shuts her mouth, we'll be fine. And Qian said, it was Chen Mengqi's fault, not hers. As long as Chen Mengqi didn't pick on her, she wouldn't argue with her in public. After that, An Qian ignored Chen Mengqi, turning around to shop for clothing. Although An Qian's mood was affected, she was still interested in the fashionable clothes in front of her eyes. An Qian pointed a dress hanging on the wall. Please let me try this one. Chen Mengqi was furious, but it wasn't the right time to continue arguing. She had already lost her face, so she left right away. After Chen Mengqi was gone, An Qian said to Gu Ning, I met Lu Jingyu when I was only 10. Our families have known each other for generations. Lu Jingyu and I aren't family, but we are more than family. There is only a girl in my family, so he always takes care of me like he's my older brother. Thus I'm used to having him by my side as my older brother. I can't face his affection towards me for now, but I'm not running away from it either. He also knows that he's only an older brother in my eyes, but he's unwilling to give up. In that case, we have an agreement. If I can't meet a man that I love before I turn 30, we'll get married. I know it's unfair to him, but the rules in love indeed aren't fair. The one who falls in love first loses. And Qian told Gu Ning everything because she needed to talk to someone right now. Gu Ning agreed with An Qian on what she said. The rules in love indeed aren't fair. The one who fell in love first lost. At least, An Qian and Lu Jingyu truly cared about each other, even though they treated each other more like family. Nevertheless, even romance and love could become familial affection after marriage. The fact that An Qian made the agreement with Lu Jingyu proved the possibility that she and Lu Jingyu might end up being family. Ning, come on and have a look. If there is anything you want, let me buy it for you, An Qian said. The clothes in this store was a medium-level brand, and wasn't very expensive, so Gu Ning didn't hesitate. She picked a hat that she liked. I think that this hat isn't bad. An Qian bought a sweater, a coat and a skirt. Later, An Qian and Gu Ning separated after shopping. Gu Ning didn't go back home immediately, but went to Yuntai Mountain. She had delayed the scavenger hunt for so long, and she decided to have a look since she was free now. Nobody was climbing the mountain in the night, so it was pretty quiet on Yuntai Mountain. There were no precious objects either, thus nobody was on duty at night. There were cameras at the entrance, but it was completely dark around. Gu Ning easily got inside by climbing over the wall. Although it was night, Gu Ning had jade eyes to help her see clearly. She ran to the top within an hour and 20 minutes. Then she swiftly took out rope from the telepathic eye space and fastened it somewhere before abseiling down. She stopped when she found the cave and used her jade eyes to check the inside of it, in case there was anything dangerous. No danger was spotted. Afterwards, Gu Ning used the tools to lever the outlayer of the cliff. There was nobody around, so she wasn't afraid to make noise. There were cracks in the cliff, and they got wider after a short while. Gu Ning only needed a gap that was wide enough to let her in. About an hour later, the crack became a wide gap. Gu Ning successfully got inside, heading straight to the source of the power. She walked ahead for 20 meters and arrived at a cave that 10 square meters big. Its decoration was very simple. There was only a pile of sticks and a pot with several broken bowls on one side. On the other side, there was a straw mat with a few pieces of clothing that had already become rags, and a large parcel the size of a pillow. The power came from the parcel, which meant that the ancient objects had to be in it. Gu Ning didn't open the parcel right away. Instead, she used her jade eyes to see what was inside, in case there were any snakes or rats. Gu Ning was bold, but she was still scared of snakes and rats. Luckily, there was only jewelry, bundles of banknotes and china. Thus Gu Ning went forward to open it. She didn't have time to study these objects in the cave, so she put them into her telepathic eye space and planned to study them when she got home. After that, Gu Ning left the same way she came. When she finally got home, it was almost 12 p.m. Gu Man knew that Gu Ning went to meet in Qian today, so she thought that the two had been together all day and didn't ask further. Gu Ning went straight to her room, taking out the ancient objects one by one. They all belonged to a corrupt official in the Qing dynasty, but some of them could be from other dynasties before Qing. Gu Ning put the jewelry aside at first and checked a bronze mirror first. She had read an introduction about it from the books of antiques. The bronze mirror originated from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, but the use of bronze mirrors in the Shang dynasty wasn't universal. It was a rare item and only owned by very high-ranking people. Later, it became popular in the Warring States period and was more delicate during Han and Tang dynasty. Bronze mirror varied in different periods. In the Yinshang period, it was small, and the back of the mirror was geometrically decorated. In the Zhou period, it was generally plain, but its button form one was variable. And there were a few bronze mirrors in the spring and autumn period. Most of them had plain backs, and a few were decorated with tigers, deer, and birds. During the Warring States period, bronze mirrors were produced in large numbers. During this period, the bronze mirror was more delicate and light, and its buttons were small and thin. It was generally decorated with fine patterns. The most common ones were mountain patterns, dragon and phoenix patterns, mosaic patterns, continuous arc patterns, diamond patterns, and so forth. The bronze mirrors in the Han dynasty were generally thick and heavy, and there were often inscriptions of auspicious words on the mirror. The mirror buttons were mostly hemispherical, and the persimmon-shaped button holder was very popular. At that time, there was also a kind of light transmission mirror called light of seeing the sun. When the mirror surface was exposed to sunlight, the wall reflected the pattern corresponding to the mirror back. From the middle of the Han dynasty to the Wei and Jin dynasty, there were embossed portraits and oracle mirrors. The Tang dynasty was the peak period of the development of bronze mirrors in this country. It wasn't only delicate, but also broke the traditional mode of the traditional bronze mirror as a circular button. There were many forms such as square, rhomboid, sunflower, and handheld mirrors. Its patterns also became variable and colorful, like butterflies, grapes, birds and beasts, and character stories. During this period, gold-silver flat mirrors also emerged. In the Song dynasty, the technique of casting mirrors gradually began to decline. The mirrors in the Song dynasty were mainly composed of tangled flowers and peony. Huzhou was the most famous center for casting mirrors. Their mirror backs were often marked with the mirror workshop. The bronze mirror in Gu Ning's hands was exquisite and light. Its buttons were small, and there were diamond patterns on it. It had to belong to the Warring States period. As for its price, Gu Ning couldn't estimate it, but it should be worth a few million yuan. The next ancient object was a white, thin porcelain jar with the height of 10.3 centimeters, a diameter of 5.2 centimeters, and a bottom diameter of 6.6 centimeters. The porcelain jar was as thin as a piece of paper. It was light and shiny with exquisite painting, yellow glaze, and a grape pattern. Its bottom noted Yongle period. This thin white porcelain jar had to come from the Yongle period, and was a rarity. A thin white porcelain bowl was worth tens of millions of yuan normally, so the value of this porcelain jar should be even higher. Gu Ning thought that it might be worth at least 7 or 8 million. She was thrilled now. Then she took out many plates, including a pastel plate, blue and white plates, and so on. These were all worth millions of yuan. After that, there were pieces of calligraphy too. One was from the famous painter, calligrapher, and poet Tang Yin in the Ming Dynasty, and was called Hibiscus by Water. It was also worth several million yuan. The other one was Luo Shenfu from the famous calligrapher, painter, and poet Zhao Mengfu, who was born between the end of the Song Dynasty and the beginning of the Yuan Dynasty. It was worth from at least a few million yuan to more than tens of millions of yuan. In the market, the price would be lower. However, when it came to the auction, its price would be much higher. Gu Ning planned to sell it on auction. Everything else was gold and silver ingots, gold bracelets, gold leaves, and so on. Lu Jiang was really a corrupt official, and he had gotten so many highly valuable items. Gu Ning actually wanted to thank him. There was also a square box of rosewood with a height of about 10 centimeters. Gu Ning opened the box and a bright light came out. Gu Ning was scared, and instinctively threw the box away. It fell on the bed. At the same time, Gu Ning sensed a strong power. Although the power was so strong that Gu Ning couldn't wait to absorb it, she curbed her desire and decided to wait until she saw it clearly. The minute that Gu Ning saw what was inside, she rounded her eyes in shock. It was a night-luminescent pearl the size of 2 eggs. It was worth at least over 10 million yuan. Other than its value, its power was the strongest one that Gu Ning had ever encountered. The night-luminescent pearl was a rare jewel, and had many nicknames. It could absorb the essence and power from the moon and sun on its own. That was to say, as long as Gu Ning brought this night-luminescent pearl with her, she could collect the power automatically. This night-luminescent pearl was the most precious object that Gu Ning had found from this scavenger hunt. Therefore, she wouldn't sell this night-luminescent pearl, but kept it for her own use. When Gu Ning absorbed the power of the night-luminescent pearl into the telepathic eye space, the space changed and was doubled again. It was 4 square meters big now, and its transparency was also improved. After that, Gu Ning put everything into her jade eyes before she went to bed. She lacked money now, but it would still not be enough even if she sold all of the ancient objects. Thus Gu Ning decided to take it slow and wait for auctions. Fortunately, there was nothing bad that happened in the following days. Gu Qinxiang didn't cause Gu Qing and Gu Man more trouble. Chen Xiao went to attend classes, but she was always being alienated by others in her school. Her classmates would continuously criticize her bad behavior, and she lived in anxiety all day. She had seen Gu Ning several times, but didn't dare to meet her sight. However, once Gu Ning passed by, she would glare at her like she was going to kill her. Chen Xiao hated Gu Ning to death, but didn't know what to do, so she could only swallow her anger. In City Ji, Hongyun Real Estate did nothing after Shanghua Real Estate had acquired Zhongyang Street. It might have seemed like that, but they were already scheming secretly. Because Shanghua Real Estate hadn't started building buildings on Zhongyang Street yet, Fang Chongqing planned to do something at Shanghua Real Estate's sites in City F. Thus, it was only the peace before the great storm. Jade beauty jewelry worked well too. Although its profits declined after the first 3 days, its sales were still much better than normal jewelry stores. The only thing that upset Gu Ning was that Leng Xiaoting had disappeared for many days, and she had still not heard anything from him. She was concerned, but the man was fulfilling his tasks, so she wasn't willing to bother him. However, it wasn't peaceful in the Li family. Li Zhenjin had locked herself in the room for 2 days. She didn't eat nor drink, which terrified her family. She wouldn't open the door, so Li Zhenyu had to break it. He found Li Zhenjin almost passed out, and immediately sent her to the hospital. Her family asked Li Zhenjin why she did that, but Li Zhenjin wouldn't say a word. Her family even though that she did it because of Qin Yifan, but it didn't make sense because Qin Yifan had rejected Li Zhenjin many times, and Li Zhenjin had never behaved like that before. Then why? Her family failed to figure out the reason. Li Zhenyu suddenly thought of Su Jing, who was Li Zhenjin's best friend, so he called Su Jing without delay. Knowing what had happened to Li Zhenjin, Su Jing wasn't surprised at all, because she was also in a terrible condition right now, but to prevent her family from finding out, Su Jing tried her best to eat in front of them. Thus her physical condition wasn't as bad as Li Zhenjin's. She hated Lin Wensong and Yuan Sun so much that she was eager to kill them, but she also knew that it wasn't practical. Facing Li Zhenyu's questions, Su Jing replied that she wasn't clear, but that she was going to visit Li Zhenjin. Su Jing carefully put on makeup to cover her wan look before she left her home. When she arrived at the hospital, there was only Li Zhenyu by Li Zhenjin's side. Su Jing said that she wanted to talk with Li Zhenjin alone, so Li Zhenyu walked out. "Zhenjin, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't called you out to drink, it wouldn't have happened." Su Jing apologized to Li Zhenjin sincerely. Li Zhenjin naturally hated Su Jing because just as she had said, if she hadn't called her out to drink, none of it would have happened. Nevertheless, she had agreed to drink with them on her own, and Su Jing was a victim too. Li Zhenjin stayed quiet, so Su Jing didn't know what to say next. After a long while, Li Zhenjin opened her mouth. "Su Jing, do you want to get revenge?" "Yes, but how?"
Su Jing sounded upset.
They had videos and photos in their hands. "As long as they're dead, no one will know about it," Li Zhenjin said. There was a sense of murder in her empty eyes. Hearing that, Su Jing trembled. How can they be dead? She didn't want to risk her life. Li Zhenjin of course understood what was in Su Jing's mind, and she had the same thought too. Relax, we'll be fine. During lunch on Thursday, Gu Ning's phone rang suddenly. Seeing the caller, Gu Ning's face immediately lit up. "Hi," she said in a soft tone. Gu Ning's unusual reaction raised the others' curiosity. It seemed like their boss was in love. "Have you eaten?" Ling Xiaoting asked gently. "Yeah, I'm eating right now. How about you?" Gu Ning asked. "Not yet, but soon," Ling Xiaoting said. "Have you finished your task?" Gu Ning asked. "Yes, but I'm still occupied by other work, so I can't come to you right now," Ling Xiaoting answered. "It's fine. Work first and we can meet when you're free." Gu Ning understood it. After a while they hung up. Then Gu Ning realized that Chu Peihan and the others were studying her face, searching for gossip. Gu Ning panicked a little. "Boss, are you in love?"
Chu Peihan approached Gu Ning.
The rest were also staring at her with burning curiosity. "Yes," Gu Ning said with alacrity. "Really? Wow." They were all surprised and surrounded Gu Ning at once. "Boss, what does he look like? What does he do? Do you have a photo of him?" "He's handsome, a military officer, and no, I don't have a photo," Gu Ning replied. They were excited to hear that their boss's boyfriend was handsome, and they admired him because he was a military officer. However, they were disappointed that there was no photo of him. "I'll introduce him to you in the future. Come on, we'll continue practicing after lunch." Gu Ning ended the topic. They were upset that they weren't able to see any photos of their boss's boyfriend, but they were all looking forward to meeting him. When their classes were about to begin, Gu Ning and her friends were on their way to their classrooms. All of a sudden, a picture emerged in Gu Ning's sight. A construction worker was working at a very high level, but fell at short notice. He struggled for a few seconds before he was dead. Gu Ning was struck dumb. What was going on? Why was such a picture appearing in her sight? Why did it feel so real? Was it a predictive ability? Then where was the construction site? Gu Ning instantly thought of an ongoing construction site of Shanghua Real Estate. She sensed that something had to be wrong. If she had a predictive ability, what she could predict probably had something to do with herself, and all she could think of now was the Shanghua Real Estate construction site. "How Ran, can you lend your car to me? I just remembered that I have something to deal with right now." Guning said to Hao Ran. She couldn't tell them the truth, so she could only lie. Sure. Hao Ran gave the car keys to Guning without hesitation. They didn't ask what Guning was going to deal with. Guning took the car keys, running out without delay. Ningning is in a hurry. Is there an emergency? Yumixi was a little worried. It seems to be something important, but I think that boss can handle it, Muka said. Although they all believed in Guning, they couldn't help feeling concerned. Guning ran straight to the parking lot, then drove the car ahead at a high speed. She even exceeded the speed limit, but didn't drive forward when there was a red light, because there were many cars ahead, so it was impossible for her to do so. Luckily, it wasn't the rush hour, so the traffic wasn't very heavy. Normally, it would take 15 minutes to drive there, but Guning arrived within 10 minutes. The car stopped abruptly at the gate of the construction site. The security guards at the gate were surprised by the sound, and all ran out to have a look. They complained to themselves, thinking, why did the girl stop the car in such a hurry? Guning got out of the car with the Shanghua real estate pass in her hands, walking towards the construction site. And Guangyao had prepared that for Guning earlier on, so that she could enter the company or the construction site at any time. A security guard noticed that she was a student in a school uniform, so he wanted to stop her. Unexpectedly, once he moved near, Guning showed him her pass. The security guard of course didn't believe that she was a worker here, but he didn't ask any further questions because she had the pass. Thus he let her in. However, before she could go inside, she had to put on a helmet. The minute that Guning walked into the construction site, she ran to the building that had appeared in the picture. Everyone around her was confused and had no idea what was going on. They indeed didn't know that an accident was going to happen soon, and how serious it would be was totally up to Guning now. However, Guning was still late. Just as she got near the building, she heard a horrified exclamation followed by a man falling from the 5th floor. From the predictive picture, the construction worker would be dead within seconds, but he had already fallen down, and Guning failed to stop it, so she could only administer first aid within the few seconds before his death. The horrified exclamation attracted people's sights. However, before they could realize what had happened, they heard a loud sound from the body hitting the ground heavily. Now everyone was stunned by the scene. Guning arrived at the building just as the worker fell down, so she immediately laid her hands on his chest, giving him her power. Seconds later, people around them finally realized that an accident had happened, and everyone gathered around. Hey, what are you doing here? Exactly. What are you doing? People questioned Guning continuously, but Guning immediately snapped at them. Shut your mouths and call the ambulance right now. Hearing that, someone immediately took out his phone, calling the ambulance. The construction worker's ribs were broken, his internal organs were all damaged, and his right leg was broken too. He would be dead in a normal situation, but Guning's power soon cured his injuries. Although it cost Guning a lot of power, it was an emergency and the construction worker was her own employee. Guning naturally couldn't do nothing. Moreover, if anyone died at the construction site and the news went aboard, the reputation of the company would be affected and the feng shui of its buildings would be in doubt. Guning didn't cure the employee completely, but only prevented him from dying. If he wasn't injured at all or just slightly damaged after falling from such a high level, it would be strange. The construction worker was surprised to find out that he was still alive after he woke up, and there was a touch of disappointment and unwillingness that flashed through his eyes. He's disappointed and unwilling to be alive? Guning noticed his unusual reactions. Apparently it wasn't an accident but more like a scheme. The question was why? Guning didn't have time to think about that right now, and she called Nguangyao without delay. Boss, what's up? Nguangyao asked like usual. He obviously had no idea about what had just happened at the construction site. Uncle N, an accident happened at our construction site. A worker fell from a high level, and he's injured. Come over right now, Guning said. What? Sure, I'll be right there. Nguangyao stood up from his chair in shock. He didn't have time to ask how Guning found out about it, and told his secretary to arrange a car and to inform the construction director. and Guang Yao didn't receive the report of the accident until he was about to leave the company, because a worker at the construction site needed to tell the security room first, and a security guard then called the company. Then a worker in the company reported this bad news to the management. After all that, and Guang Yao was finally able to hear about it. The ambulance arrived earlier than in Guang Yao and the others. A doctor checked the injured worker for a short time, then took him to the hospital. Gu Ning told a leader at the construction site to go with the doctor, then called in Guang Yao telling him to head to the hospital, and she drove the car, heading to the hospital too. And Guang Yao ordered the construction director to investigate this accident at the site, and he went straight to the hospital. They arrived at the hospital and needed to register first. The manager of Shanghua Real Estate hadn't arrived yet, so Gu Ning had to handle everything in the hospital, and Guang Yao arrived soon after. His secretary went to take care of the injured construction worker, and he went to have a discussion with Gu Ning. "Boss, how did you know that there was going to be an accident at the construction site?" And Guang Yao asked with curiosity. "I had a dream when I was having my break at noon. I dreamt that someone fell from a high building. Although it sounds strange, my dreams and senses are always accurate. Thus I went to check on it myself. Unexpectedly, the accident truly happened." Gu Ning lied with a serious expression, and Guang Yao still believed Gu Ning's explanation without any doubt. Gu Ning was able to win at stone gambling easily, so she had to be an extraordinary human being. "Boss, I can handle it here. Please go back to your school now." And Guang Yao then realized that Gu Ning still had classes to attend. "It's no big deal," Gu Ning replied. She decided to find out the real reason why the worker fell. And Guang Yao didn't insist then. Before long, the examination report of the injured worker was out. One of his ribs were broken, his internal organs were slightly damaged, and his right leg was broken too. Fortunately, his injuries weren't severe, and his life was saved. After that, he had to have surgery and stay in the hospital for a few days. Gu Ning told Guang Yao to arrange a common separate ward for the injured worker, and Guang Yao agreed. There were common separate wards and VIP separate wards, but even a normal separate ward was much better than a ward shared by many patients. Gu Ning then made a round in the separate ward. She set a bug at the bedside and a hidden camera under the TV before she left. When Gu Ning went back to her school, their classes were already over. Gu Ning didn't walk inside, but sent a message to Hao Ran. She was waiting for him at a nearby parking lot. It wasn't convenient that she didn't have a car, but Gu Ning planned to buy one after she entered college in the capital. Gu Ning was wearing Bluetooth earphones since she left the hospital. The earphones were connected to the bug in the separate ward, but she hadn't heard anything useful yet. When Hao Ran and others walked out, Gu Ning gave the car back to Hao Ran, and she ran back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion afterwards. On the way, Gu Ning received a message from a delivery company. Her parcel had already been put into a storage locker on the first floor. Zhou Zhenghong sent the parcel to her. The jade pendant that Gu Ning had ordered was in the parcel. Tomorrow was Chu Peihan's birthday, and this jade pendant was her birthday gift. A gift which was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, was delivered by a common delivery company, and Gu Ning really didn't worry about its safety. Gu Ning collected the parcel when she got home, and she sent a message to Zhou Zhenghong telling him that it arrived safely. She then took out her laptop from the telepathic eye space in her room, and opened the video being sent from the hidden camera. Everything looked fine. The injured construction worker was called Wang Mao. His family came to visit him and got the compensation from Shanghua Real Estate. That such a terrible accident had happened at the construction site scared some of the workers, but the company promised to find out the real reason and keep them safe, so they quickly calmed down. Around 8 p.m. Wang Mao's wife left the ward to buy food for him. Wang Mao was alone in the ward now. He took out his phone calling someone. "Hi, it's Wang Mao. I've done what you asked, but I'm still alive," Wang Mao said. Hearing that, Gu Ning squinted. The real troublemaker finally appeared. It was obvious that Wang Mao fell from a high level on purpose, but who was behind this? "You trash. Since you failed, I won't give you the rest of the 150,000 yuan. You can take the 50,000 yuan deposit as your administration fee, but don't ever betray me. Otherwise, your whole family will be killed. The other man threatened. It was quiet in the patient room, and Gu Ning had acute hearing, so she heard their talk clearly. Fine. Wang Mao was disappointed but didn't dare to resist, because he was only an ordinary man. Although he didn't know the other man's identity, he understood that the man could easily kill his family, since the man had offered him 200,000 yuan to ruin the reputation of Shanghua real estate. The hidden camera set by Gu Ning was right behind Wang Mao. She did so in order to see the screen of his phone. Gu Ning immediately checked the caller's number. The number was from City G. City G? The first idea that appeared in Gu Ning's mind was Hongyun Real Estate, because she had just grabbed a profitable deal from them. Gu Ning had thought that Hongyun Real Estate would do something to Zhongyang Street. Unexpectedly, they couldn't wait and took action in City F now. Although she didn't have solid proof, Gu Ning was sure that Hongyun Real Estate was behind this scheme. She planned to collect evidence first. Since Shanghua Real Estate and Hongyun Real Estate were enemies now, she made up her mind to beat Hongyun Real Estate down. Gu Ning then called in Guangyao. Uncle N, is it convenient for you now? I have something important to discuss with you, Gu Ning said. Sure, please, and Guangyao replied. It wasn't because of an accident but because of a scheme that Wang Mao fell from the building, Gu Ning added. What? A scheme? And Guangyao was astonished. Yes. He looked disappointed when he found out that he was still alive, which was an abnormal reaction. Thus I set up a bug and a hidden camera in his ward, and I heard his conversation with another man on the phone. He said that he had done what he was told to but failed, Gu Ning said. And Guangyao took a long breath in. He was surprised by Gu Ning's acute senses. And Guangyao then realized why Gu Ning asked him to arrange a separate ward for Wang Mao. It was convenient for her to keep an eye on him, and it also gave him a chance to expose himself. Meanwhile, Guangyao felt a little embarrassed. If Gu Ning hadn't told him, he would have thought that it was a normal accident. Gu Ning continued. The location of his caller's number is City G, so I think that Hongyun Real Estate has to behind it. Hongyun Real Estate? How dare they do that in City F? And Guangyao was mad. He also understood that Hongyun Real Estate wouldn't give up on Zhongyang Street, but to his surprise they couldn't wait and attack them right in City F. What should we do next? And Guangyao asked. He wanted to know Gu Ning's opinion. Hongyun Real Estate failed this time, but I'm sure that they won't stop. You have to be more careful. If some workers try to cause trouble or create a mess at the construction site, write down their names and keep a close eye on them to collect evidence. If they want to quit, let them go but put their names on the blacklist. Never hire them again, Gu Ning said. It was common that accidents happened at construction sites. As long as the company could handle it well, it would be fine. Sure, and Guangyao answered. The next day, the news spread aboard. It wasn't actually a serious accident, but some people deliberately made up rumors and it suddenly became big news. It didn't matter if it was true or not, people gradually started to believe it. The rumors greatly affected Shenghua's construction site and reputation. Even if the buildings were done, nobody was willing to buy the houses now, and the company could lose a lot of money. In fact, the buildings were almost finished, and many houses were about to be on sale. However, most potential buyers gave up the idea of buying a house there after the news went aboard. Some real estate companies who had competed for this land also gloated over Shenghua's bad luck, especially Wu Lianqin, who had a long-standing grudge against Guangyao. However, they all knew that it was just a common accident, which was the reason why every real estate company paid a lot for insurance. It depended on the company to handle it well. Insiders were all aware that it couldn't be a simple accident because it spread aboard and became big news within a short time. But nobody knew who was behind it. At the construction site, many workers argued for higher compensation and salary, or they would quit the job. And Guangyao went to allay their anxiety in person and raise the compensation, but some still wanted to leave. I don't care about the compensation. What if I fall from a high building someday in the future? I don't want to spend the rest of my life in the hospital. Exactly. If we're disabled or dead, money is useless. Give us our salary and we'll quit. If you don't pay us, we'll sue you and smash everything here. You all have worked at construction sites for a long time, and you should know that accidents happen. If you insist on quitting, I will allow it. Shenghua Real Estate is able to pay you all, and Guangyao said. He was well prepared before he came here today with his financial worker and cash, so he wasn't afraid. However, some hesitated after that, and Guangyao was right. It was dangerous to work on construction sites, and they all knew it clearly when they took the job. Many of them had also witnessed accidents in the past years. Moreover, the company had already paid the compensation and sent the injured worker to the hospital. It would be unreasonable if they all quit just because of the accident. Shenghua Real Estate paid them high salary and compensation, and they were reluctant to leave too. In the end, around 7 workers insisted on leaving, and there were 2 among them who appeared to be extremely active, and Guangyao paid more attention to those 2. Only Guangyao's secretary and lawyer knew that it wasn't an accident. Everybody else still didn't know the truth. Therefore, Li Zuan, the lawyer, fixed his eyes on the 2 active workers. The 2 were disappointed that only 7 workers were quitting. Why don't you leave now? Do you want to be involved in an accident? Exactly. You'll regret it by then. Hearing that, other workers felt like quitting as well. At this time, Li Zuan opened his mouth. You've already gotten your salary, and if you continue to agitate, we can sue you. The 2 immediately shut their mouths. They had achieved their goal after all. Besides, once you quit from Shenghua Real Estate, you'll never be hired here again. Please consider it well before you quit, Li Zuan added. Hearing that, the workers hesitated. A few days later, another rumor that Shenghua Real Estate was going to go bankrupt went aboard. The company had already invested a large amount of money, but the project was stuck. It was likely that it would go bankrupt. However, some also held the opinion that Shenghua Real Estate was different now. Its real boss who could easily acquire it must have the ability to keep it afloat. The company would lose this land at most, but wouldn't go bankrupt. Either way, Shenghua Real Estate was under the spotlight now. Since it caused a sensation, the government sent someone to investigate the case too. The rumor not only affected Shenghua Real Estate, but also affected the government, because the government had sold this land to Shenghua Real Estate. If the rumor was true, the government had made a bad decision. The case wasn't over yet, so the construction site went into a rest period. All the construction workers had paid vacation and would be notified later to resume working. Chu Peihan's birthday was today. She had already booked the hotel and went straight to the 5-star hotel with her friends after classes. And Yi was still in a bad mood because of the bad news of Shenghua Real Estate. Although the Shenghua Real Estate didn't belong to his family now, his father still worked for it. However, today was Chu Peihan's birthday, and he couldn't be absent. In addition, he could do nothing to help his father now. His friends all comforted him that the real boss of Shenghua would handle it if his father couldn't solve the problem. And he then relaxed a little. Chu Xianfeng didn't show up to Chu Peihan's birthday party because he was on a business trip. As the leader of Zhuke Group, Chu Xianfeng was busy dealing with all kinds of business. He barely stayed in City F every month. Chu Xianfeng was also not happy to leave on his sister's birthday, but it wasn't the first time, so he got used to it to some extent. Except for Gu Ning. None of the rest knew about Chu Peihan's background. Chu Peihan always kept it a secret, so they only knew that she had an older brother, but had no idea about her parents' jobs. They became friends with each other because they shared common interests, not because of their families. Everyone showed his or her gift before the meal. Gu Ning was the boss, so she was the first one. But to everyone's surprise, Gu Ning said, I didn't bring any gift. What?
No.
Boss, you said that you would give me a precious gift. Do you know how excited I was to receive your gift? Chu Peihan was upset at once. The rest didn't know what to say, but they didn't believe that Gu Ning came with empty hands. You said that you didn't care about gifts, Gu Ning said like she was innocent. I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Chu Peihan felt like crying now. She now understood the feeling of shooting herself in the foot. It was her birthday, and she was so looking forward to the gifts. There, I'm kidding too.
Kuning laughed.
She then took out a box from her backpack. Hearing that, Chu Peihan's face lit up at once. Boss, I knew it. However, everyone else was surprised. Chu Peihan grabbed the box from Guning without delay. Guning only smiled gently. She opened it immediately. It was a jade pendant in the shape of a rabbit. Chu Peihan wasn't very interested in jewelry, but it was a gift from Guning and her name was on it, so she loved it very much. What is it? Everyone surrounded her. It's a jade pendant in a rabbit's shape. Boss, you asked us for our Chinese zodiac signs. Are you going to send each of us a jade pendant? Hao Ran immediately realized why Guning had asked them the question. Really? Mu Ku and others all looked to Guning with anticipation. You're smart and right. I did prepare a jade pendant for each of you, but Peihan's birthday was so near, so hers was finished first. And everybody else will need to wait for a while longer, Guning answered. They were all happy to hear that. Then Chu Peihan received more gifts from her other friends. After the meal they went to V5 Bar to have fun. V5 Bar became more popular after what had happened last time, because everybody knew that V5 Bar had the support of the Qing gang now. Although some were afraid of the Qing gang, more people thought that it would be safer in V5 Bar. They didn't stay long in the bar and didn't drink much. Chu Peihan invited her friends to have night snacks afterwards. Just as they left the bar, they heard a noisy argument. A boy and a girl were arguing with another girl. They were all around 17 years old. Su Anya, that's enough. I told you that we broke up, so stop following me. The boy shouted at the girl in front of him in anger. Gao Yuchen, how can you be so shameless? If you disliked me and broke up with me early on, I wouldn't say anything, but why did you have to have 2 girlfriends at the same time? And then dump me when I found out? What do you think I am? Am I just a toy in your eyes?
Su Anya argued angrily.
Su Anya didn't seem sad, but more annoyed. Hearing that, Guning immediately felt for the girl called Su Anya. She was mad too. Su Anya, what do you think you are? You're merely a pretty girl who's good at studying. Yuchen is the heir from a super rich family, while your family is so ordinary. You don't deserve him, and you were with him just because he's rich. It's your honor that Yuchen was with you for half a year. And now, I'm his only girlfriend. The girl who stood by the boy's side said arrogantly. She even held Gao Yuchen's arm to show her position. Bullshit, it's his honor that I've been with him. He's the heir from a super rich family, and so what? I don't care if you played with other girls before, but you need to bear the result if you don't treat me seriously. Su Anya was furious and slapped at Gao Yuchen's face. Gao Yuchen didn't have time to avoid it, and was slapped heavily right across his face by Su Anya. Su Anya, are you insane? The girl almost yelled. This is for you, Su Anya said, raising her hand to slap the girl. However, before her hand fell down, Gao Yuchen pushed her with great force. Su Anya was pushed away and stumbled on the curb, falling into the middle of the road. At this time, a private car drove over at a high speed. It was already too late to stop. Everyone around was shocked. The car almost hit Su Anya, but they were all struck dumb, standing still. However, right at this second, a hand grabbed Su Anya's hand, pulling her back to the sidewalk without hesitation. The car just missed Su Anya and stopped right away. If Su Anya hadn't been pulled back, she would have been killed. Everyone looked at the person who had just saved Su Anya with admiration. Su Anya was so scared and trembled in shock. She could barely stand. And the person who just had saved Su Anya was exactly Guning. Boss, are you alright? Hao Ran and others ran to her at once. Although Guning seemed fine, they were still worried. I'm fine, Guning said. Seeing that Su Anya was safe, Gao Yuchen was relieved, but he had no intention to apologize and walked away. Wait! Guning stopped him. Although it had nothing to do with her, she couldn't resist her urge to criticize Gao Yuchen angrily. What? Gao Yuchen was apparently displeased. You almost killed her. And you are just going to walk away like that? Guning asked coldly. She is fine now, Gao Yuchen replied with impatience. She's fine because I saved her, but you can't abdicate your responsibility, Guning said. I didn't do it on purpose, Gao Yuchen said with disdain. He had no sense of guilt at all. You should apologize,
Guning kriittisid.
You? Gao Yuchen was irritated by Guning's attitude. Who are you? And who do you think you are? It's not important. The point is you should feel ashamed of what you've done, Guning said in anger. What if I'm not, and what can she do? Gao Yuchen said arrogantly, and gave Su Anya a glance of dislike. He knew that Su Anya didn't know what to do with him. Su Anya already got her mind back but was still in shock. Seeing Gao Yuchen being so evil, she was more than furious now. Gao Yuchen Wu Xinyu, I'll definitely pay you back one day in the future. After that, Su Anya pulled Guning, turned around and left. Guning didn't resist but followed her in leaving. You! Both Gao Yuchen and Wu Xinyu were mad at Su Anya's threat, but they didn't think that an ordinary girl like her could do anything to hurt them. Hao Ran and others also followed Su Anya. I think that there is probably no good man in this world. Chu Peihan sighed, shaking her head. Hearing that, Hao Ran and other boys immediately retorted, Hey, don't say that just because of that boy. I am a good man right in front of your eyes. Me too. Me too. I don't think so, Chu Peihan thought. They could change in the future. Su Anya didn't stop until they were far away. She bowed to Guning and thanked her sincerely. Thank you so much for saving my life. If it hadn't been for you, I would be dead already. No big deal, Guning said. Oh, let's have night snacks together, Su Anya said. Are you sure that you are in the mood to eat? Guning asked. Exactly because of what I've just been thorough. I should treat myself better and I'm not going to cry like a kid. Also, I'll never let him get away with it so easily. Great. Let's have night snacks together then. Guning agreed. They got into 3 taxis afterwards. Guning and the girls took one, while the boys occupied the other 2. Oh, my name's Su Anya. I'm a senior in the number 1 high school. How about you? Su Anya asked. My name's Guning. This is Chu Peihan and she's Yu Mixi. We're seniors in the number 3 high school, Guning said. Later, they gathered at a street of night snacks. Su Anya and the others introduced themselves to each other before they walked into a diner that Hao Ran frequently visited. Su Anya was an outgoing girl too, so it was easy for her to be a part of them. They also exchanged their phone numbers and WeChat accounts, and were willing to gather together the next time. After the night snacks, they left in different directions. Chu Peihan and Hao Ran called their private chauffeurs. Yu Mixi and An Yi shared the car with Chu Peihan, while Hao Ran would send Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping home. Muka's home was in another direction, so he took a taxi alone. He was a boy, so it wouldn't be dangerous. During their conversation, Guning found out that Su Anya lived in Fenghua Luxury Mansion too, so the two went home together. Everyone knew that Guning was able to protect herself and her friends, so they weren't worried about their safety. After they arrived at Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Guning asked, Do you need me to send you home? No thanks, it's fine. It's safe here, Su Anya declined. She didn't want Guning to know her real identity yet. Alright, bye-bye. Guning didn't insist. During the following days, Shanghua Real Estate was still amid endless rumors. Even the staff in Shanghua worked in anxiety. Was Shanghua Real Estate going to fail? Shanghua Real Estate didn't respond to the outside or the inside at all. No one knew what Shanghua Real Estate was planning to do next. Zhou Zhenghong called Guning after the accident, but Guning told him to relax and that Shanghua Real Estate would be fine. Hearing Guning's relaxed tone, Zhou Zhenghong understood that Guning would be able to handle it well. Jiangsu also asked Guning about the accident. However, just 3 days later, Shanghua Real Estate suddenly summoned a news conference and exposed several recordings as well as videos. The first recording was that of when Wang Mao was talking with a mysterious man on the phone. The mysterious man was the marketing manager of Hongyun Real Estate in City Ji Rankong. The second recording and video showed the 2 workers who had incited other workers to strike meeting Rankong secretly. Ren Kong had caused the accident and purposely spread rumors to ruin Shanghua Real Estate's reputation and ongoing project. Shanghua Real Estate had been greatly affected and lost a lot of money. Its representative made it clear that Shanghua would sue Hongyun Real Estate. After the news conference, everyone was shocked. Because of the recordings and videos, people naturally chose to believe Shanghua Real Estate, and the rumors gradually disappeared. People were only confused by the reason why the two companies suddenly became enemies, because Shanghua Real Estate was located in City F, while Hongyun Real Estate was in City G. Anyway, the two were opponents now. Hongyun Real Estate was also astonished to hear of the news. Fang Changsheng couldn't deny the solid proof, so he could only blame Ren Kong. He claimed that it was Ren Kang's individual behavior, and didn't represent the company. However, when people forgot this scandal, Fang Changsheng would keep Ren Kong safe. Facing the pressure from Fang Changsheng, Ren Kong had to bear the charge. Hongyun gave an official explanation that Ren Kong was responsible for the acquisition of Zhongyang Street, and he hated the fact that Shanghua Real Estate had settled the deal before him, so he tried to get revenge on Shanghua. It was a reasonable explanation, so most people believed it, but there were also a lot of people didn't buy it. Many insiders knew that Fang Changsheng was a selfish and evil person, and that he must have ordered Ren Kong to do so. However, Gu Ning hadn't collected evidence to show that Fang Changsheng was connected with Ren Kong in this scandal, so Fang Changsheng was safe for now. And it was just the beginning of the competition between Shanghua Real Estate and Hongyun Real Estate. After what had happened, Gu Ning made up her mind to destroy Hongyun. She decided to collect Hongyun Real Estate's dirty secrets, and she thought of a person who might be of great help. He was the famous hacker K, who had many interactions with Gu Ning in her previous incarnation. However, he had an extremely weird temper, and it was very hard to hire him to do something, unless he was interested in it and it was a challenge to him, otherwise he felt like it was an insult to his IQ. Meanwhile, you had to pay 1/3 of your assets to hire him, and your assets had to meet his basic standards. It wasn't a challenge for K to get Hongyun Real Estate's dirty secrets at all, and he wasn't interested in it either. Even if Gu Ning paid him all her assets, he would probably still not do it because money was nothing in his eyes. The only thing he didn't lack in this world was money, and he only asked for an extremely high payment for fun. However, Gu Ning knew exactly what K wanted. His legs became paralyzed after an accident 5 years ago, and now he could only move with the help of his wheelchair. Therefore, the only thing that he wanted in this world was to walk with his legs again. And Gu Ning had her magical power now. As long as he was alive, she could cure any diseases, but she had no idea whether she could help his legs recover to what they had been before. Even so, it was still unbelievable for normal people to walk again. Gu Ning was confident that K would agree to help her. She also planned to cure K over a long period of time so that he would help her longer. Shanghua Real Estate got the compensation in the end, and the construction site was finally back to normal again. Those who wanted to see Shegua fail had only made a joke of themselves, and Shanghua Real Estate only grew more powerful after this mess. It had successfully grabbed the land from the real estate tycoon in City G. At the same time, those construction workers who had left Shanghua Real Estate were highly regretful now. As for Wang Mao and the other two who had accepted a bribe from Ren Kong, they were also punished according to the law. Only Ren Kong got away with it. Although he was mainly responsibility for this mess, he couldn't afford the full compensation himself, so Fang Changsheng used an excuse to help Ren Kong pay the compensation to Shanghua Real Estate. After that, Fang Changsheng turned to the vice mayor, Lu Shikuan, to protect Ren Kong. Unexpectedly, Lu Shikuan didn't dare to help him because he didn't want to be involved. Lu Shikuan didn't dare to be involved, neither would Fang Changsheng. He was so mad that he wanted to ruin Shanghua Real Estate right now. He had tried once but failed, and now was even more determined to destroy Shanghua. It took almost a week before this problem was solved. During this week, Shanghua Real Estate wasn't the only company that was amid troubles. The Gao family, which was ranked 10th on the list of the richest in City F, had to close 3 restaurants under its name because of poor sanitation. Its reputation was greatly damaged. And the Su family, which ranked second on the list, suddenly stopped cooperating with the branch of Dongheng Real Estate in City F. And the latter lost a fortune. Wu Lianqin, who was the president, was even demoted. City F had suffered a lot in this week. Gu Ning instantly figured it out when she heard that the Gao family, the Su family and the Wu family were involved. Su Anya was from the Su family, and she had gotten revenge on Gao Yuchen and Wu Xinyu. Su Anya didn't seem like an ordinary girl when Gu Ning had met her for the first time. However, to her surprise, Su Anya's family was extremely influential. The Su family was ranked second with 4 billion yuan in assets on the list of the richest in City F. Gu Ning was also surprised to hear that Wu Xinyu was Wu Lianqin's daughter. Hao Ran and the others also had the same idea that Su Anya wasn't an ordinary girl, and that all the news couldn't be a coincidence. Although they were all astonished by Su Anya's real identity, they were more curious to know Gao Yuchen's reaction after he found out his so-called ordinary ex-girlfriend was from the Su family. He must be genuinely regretful. Nobody blamed Su Anya for her revenge, because she could have been killed that day. Although Gao Yuchen hadn't done it on purpose, he had indeed hurt Su Anya, and the Su family of course would punish the Gao family. And the Wu family suffered too. On Thursday night, Gu Ning dialed a number. Someone answered it after a long time. A cold male voice sounded. "Who is it?" "Kay, let's make a deal. I think you'll be interested in the reward," Gu Ning said plainly and without delay when she recognized Kay's voice. "Really, tell me, what is it?" Kay was curious. "I can cure your legs and you can get rid of the wheelchair, walking like a normal man. However, I can't promise that your legs will be exactly the same as they were." "What?" Hearing that, Kay was shocked. He was more astonished that she was aware that his legs were paralyzed than that she was able to cure his legs, because there were only a few people who knew his secret. How did she know about it? However, as long as she could cure his legs, he didn't mind how she found out about his secret. Meanwhile, he still doubted whether she could really do it. He didn't care if his legs couldn't fully recover. He only wanted to walk again. Kay tried his best to stay calm and asked, "Are you sure you can cure my legs? Why should I believe you? You can have a try and you'll know. I can administer primary treatment to you first. If it works, you can make your decision then," Gu Ning said. "Sounds good. What's your aim?" Kay asked. "Work for me for a year and help me investigate whatever I want. I won't make you threaten this country's safety or investigate state secret. I'll only deal with my enemies," Gu Ning said. "Sure, as long as you can cure my legs, I'll work for you for a year," Kay answered with alacrity. Gu Ning had hit the mark. All he wanted was to walk like a normal man. He wanted to visit many places in this world and finish his bucket list. He did not want to spend the rest of his life in this wheelchair. Although he doubted Gu Ning's ability, he wasn't willing to miss any chance. "Where shall we meet?" Kay asked. He sounded calm, but he actually couldn't wait. "I live in City F. We can meet wherever you want," Gu Ning said for the sake of Kay's condition. "I'm in City D." He was unwilling to go far. City D was a first-tier city, and was one of the most developed cities in this country. It only took 2 hours to fly to City D from City F. "I'll visit you on Saturday. I'll call you then," Gu Ning said. Then they hung up. On Friday, Su Anya invited Gu Ning and her friends to dine together. Gu Ning understood that Su Anya wanted to celebrate her successful revenge, and it wasn't a bad thing to make friends with Su Anya, so Gu Ning agreed. However, Su Anya was stopped by Gao Yuchen and Wu Xinyu when she left her school. "Su Anya, are you involved in the Gao family and the Wu family's troubles?" Wu Xinyu questioned in anger. Apparently, after the Gao family and the Wu family encountered troubles one by one, Gao Yuchen and Wu Xinyu suspected Su Anya. They didn't believe that Su Anya had the ability, but they couldn't believe that it was a coincidence either. Besides, Gao Yuchen and Wu Xinyu couldn't accept the fact that Su Anya had a close connection with the Su family. Although they hadn't gotten the affirmative answer yet, Gao Yuchen was truly regretful now. Even if Su Anya wasn't an important figure in the Su family, she wouldn't be an ordinary girl either. As long as he could maintain a good relationship with the Su family, His family could benefit a lot from it. Of course I'm involved. And you should be grateful that I wasn't hit by the car that day, or it wouldn't be as simple as it is now. Su Anya admitted with alacrity. Anya, I'm so sorry for what I've done. It's all my fault. I made a mistake being with Wu Xinyu. You're the only girl I like. Could you give me another chance? Gao Yuchen immediately begged. Gao Yuchen, you? Wu Xinyu was furious at once. Su Anya instead laughed out loud.
Ah.
Gao Yuchen, are you an idiot or something? I'm not stupid. Didn't you dump me because I'm an ordinary girl while she's from a super rich family? I know that I shouldn't have hidden my real identity when I was your girlfriend, but precisely because of that, I was able to see through you. You're merely a selfish hypocrite. You are now begging me to give you a chance just because of my background. Shame on you. After that, Su Anya ignored Gao Yuchen and Wu Xinyu, walking straight by them. Although they were mad at Su Anya's revenge, they didn't dare to do anything because of her real identity. Without hesitation, Wu Xinyu slapped Gao Yuchen across his face with a loud sound. Gao Yuchen, we break up now. Wu Xinyu wanted to be Gao Yuchen's girlfriend because of his background too. But the Wu family wasn't weak either, and she had many choices. She was very proud and couldn't stand the humiliation. In the end, Gao Yuchen lost both of the girls. During the dinner, Su Anya told her newly made friends her real identity, but none of them felt surprised. They also didn't flatter Su Anya just because of her background because they were real friends. Su Anya wasn't an arrogant girl either, and she hated hypocrisy. Since they were friends now, they should treat each other equally. The same night in City G. In a noisy club, colorful lights shone. Men and women crazily gyrated on the dance floor. The air was full of desire and luxury. Li Zhenjin, Su Jing, Lin Wensong and Yuan San were among them. Lin Wensong and Yuan San had forced Li Zhenjin and Su Jing to have sex with them 3 times in this week. Li Zhenjin and Su Jing had been tortured every time. It took them a long, painful time to recover. However, once they were recovered, Lin Wensong and Yuan San would call them out again. And today was the 4th time. Li Zhenjin's plan of killing Lin Wensong and Yuan San was still up in the air, because no one took this task. Besides, Li Zhenjin didn't know many people who could help her. Even though she wanted Lin Wensong and Yuan San to be dead right now, she didn't want to be involved personally. Thus she had done nothing when she had a chance to kill them before. Li Zhenjin and Su Jing had even tried to delete the videos on their phones, but they had been discovered. Lin Wensong and Yuan San also told them that they had copies of those videos. Li Zhenjin and Su Jing were furious but helpless too. What was worse was that Lin Wensong and Yuan San had forced them to use drugs, and they were gradually getting addicted to it. Meanwhile, their desire to get revenge started to fade away. Li Zhenjin had called Qin Yifan the other day. She asked him whether there was any possibility that they could be together, but Qin Yifan still rejected her as usual. She was completely heartbroken this time, and started living her sexual life with wild abandon. Li Zhenjin slept with not only Lin Wensong and Yuan Xian, but with random men as well. Her family sensed that something had to be wrong with Li Zhenjin, because in the past she always went out during days, but now she never came back home till it was very late, or she would simply stay out all night. And she never came back home without being drunk. It was already 12 a.m. Li Zhenjin was still playing crazily in the bar, and she wouldn't answer her parents' calls, which deeply worried her families. Li Zhenjin's parents and her older brother Li Zhenyu were still awake, sitting in the living room. Li Zhenjin's father looked upset while holding his phone in his hand. Zhenyu, what happened to your younger sister? She's totally changed. They thought that Li Zhenjin was a grown-up now, and that they shouldn't interfere in her personal affairs. However, she behaved in an increasingly wild and uncontrolled way. I'm not clear about it. Maybe it's because Qin Yifan likes another girl, and she's unhappy, Li Zhenyu said. Hearing that, Li Zhenjin's parents could only sigh. Although they all wished that Li Zhenjin could marry Qin Yifan didn't like Li Zhenjin and wasn't willing to marry her either. They couldn't do anything about it. If they annoyed the Qin family because of that, it would be the last thing the Li family wanted to see. Gu Ning flew to City D early in the morning on Saturday. However, while Gu Ning was on her way to City D, Leng Xiaoting arrived at City F at the same time. He planned to surprise her, but her phone was turned off. Leng Xiaoting thought that maybe Gu Ning was not in City F. She had a company in City G and went to City G often, so Leng Xiaoting guessed that Gu Ning could be in City G. He wasn't sure yet, so he didn't fly to City G abruptly. It was also possible that Gu Ning's phone was dead. Around 11 a.m., Gu Ning arrived at the airport in City D. She didn't notice that Leng Xiaoting had called her until she turned her phone on later. "Hi, where are you now?" Leng Xiaoting asked the minute he answered Gu Ning's call. "I'm in City D now and I just got off the plane," Gu Ning replied. "I just arrived at City F," Leng Xiaoting said. He sounded a little upset. "What?" Gu Ning was surprised. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I wanted to surprise you," Leng Xiaoting said, feeling disappointed. Gu Ning didn't know what to say, but she was moved. "Wait for me in City F. I'll be back tomorrow morning."
Fine, Leng Xiaoting answered.
After that, Gu Ning called Kay to make an appointment with him. Kay and Gu Ning were going to meet in an exclusive resort called Quanlin Resort. Although Gu Ning had never been there before, she had heard of it and read news about it on the internet. It was a beautiful resort with an outstanding natural view, and it was a place that was safe for celebrities to meet, eat, or discuss business. Only the rich or the authorities could afford it. Gu Ning didn't know how much wealth Kay had, but she knew that he was far richer than her. On the way to the resort from the airport, a picture again emerged before Gu Ning's eyes. A big red truck suddenly lost control and hit a black Kian into the guardrails on a highway. The black Kian fell from the 10-meter-high road and crashed into pieces, which resulted in the death of the 3 people in the car on site. Gu Ning's heart tightened. Since she could see the picture, it must have something to do with her, and she had to stop it from happening. Before long, Gu Ning noticed that a red big truck was driving ahead not far away. She checked its plate, and it was exactly the same one that had shown in the picture before her jade eyes. She immediately used her jade eyes and saw that a black Kian was driving right ahead of the big truck. There was a 10-meter or so gap between the 2 cars, and the big truck was speeding up. They were still 1,000 meters away from the highway. "Hey, would you please drive faster and catch up with the Kian? It's my friend's car." Gu Ning urged the driver and told him a lie. "Sure." The driver agreed and sped up immediately. Although the driver sped up, it was still difficult for him to catch up because they were all driving at a high speed. Why is the big truck driving so fast? It is already exceeding the speed limit and is getting near to the Kian. If it doesn't slow down right now, it could be dangerous, the driver complained. Hearing what the taxi driver said, Gu Ning frowned. Even the taxi driver knew that it could be dangerous if the big truck didn't slow down, so why did the driver of the big truck still do it and even sped up? The big truck must be doing it on purpose. Why? Was it a murder? Although Gu Ning wasn't certain about it, it was possible, because the big truck was behaving strangely. The highway was right before their eyes, and Gu Ning was feeling very anxious. What should she do now? Stop the car right now. When the big truck almost hit the Kian, Gu Ning ordered the taxi driver to stop immediately. The taxi driver instinctively stepped on the brake without hesitation. Gu Ning got out of the car immediately, but right at that moment, the big truck knocked into the Kian, and the latter crashed into the guardrails in an uncontrolled way. If the Kian had knocked the guardrails directly, it wouldn't have fallen, but it had already been knocked over the guardrail and was doomed to fall. Gu Ning immediately ran to the Kian. Just as half of the Kian had already gone over the guardrails, Gu Ning caught one of its wheels, which were still on the safe side of the guardrail. She used her magical power to improve her strength and stabilize the car. The 2 back wheels of the car were forced to get stuck in the guardrails. However, it was still very dangerous. If Gu Ning wasn't powerful enough to hold it, it would fall anyway. Gu Ning's power was limited, and it was being consumed in a large amount within a short period of time. If the people in the car couldn't be rescued soon, the car would still fall down when Gu Ning lost the support from her power. Everyone around was shocked by the scene. How powerful this girl is. and she must be super brave to risk her own life to catch the wheel. She could fall too. Because of that accident, all the cars behind them stopped, and some warm-hearted men came to help Gu Ning one by one. However, they all could only stabilize the car, and it was impossible for them to pull it back. They needed a crane. Some called the police and some called the ambulance, while some were busy taking pictures as well as videos of the unusual scene. A piece of news soon appeared on the internet. A car accident on a highway in City D. A brave and powerful girl caught its wheel. Pictures attached. The first picture was Gu Ning holding the wheel alone, and in the second picture, many went to help Gu Ning pull on the back of the car, but their faces weren't clear because of the long distance. 2/3 of the Kian was knocked over the guardrail, and it was highly possible to fall. Thus no one thought that it was a show, and that Gu Ning was deliberately attracting people's attention. Instead, they were all astonished by Gu Ning's bravery and strength. Jesus! How does she do it? I think that she isn't an ordinary human being. She was able to grab hold of the wheel and stabilize the car right on time. Indeed. It's incredible. The news went viral on the internet and caused a sensation within a short time. When a government worker noticed the car plate in the picture, he was stunned and called the mayor's private number at once. The mayor was also shocked to hear the news. He immediately took a car, heading to the site in person. Moreover, he also called the directors of the Public Security Department, as well as the Fire Department, and the head of the Central Hospital. It seemed that the people in the Kian were very important. However, the crowd had no idea of that yet. Around 10 minutes later, the fire brigade arrived and immediately started directing a rescue. Ambulances arrived soon after. Just as the Kian was pulled back, the directors of the Public Security Department as well as the Fire Department and the head of the Central Hospital arrived one by one. Everyone was astonished and curious about the people in the Kian's identity. The owner of the car must be an important figure. It cost Gu Ning too much power, and she was exhausted, sinking to the ground. She was surprised too, but had no energy to think about it now. She planned to walk away quietly, but a nurse found her and put her into an ambulance without delay. Gu Ning wasn't able to resist at all right now, and decided to have a rest first. Unexpectedly, she fell sound asleep afterwards, and missed the call from K. K had been waiting for her for a long time, and lost his patience. He called her twice and a doctor answered it the second time. "Miss Gu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Where are you right now?" K was apparently displeased. "Hi, the girl was in an accident just then, and she is in the hospital now. May I know your relationship with her?" The doctor said politely. "What? She was in an accident?" K was greatly surprised. "Yes, there was a car accident on the highway. She's in a deep sleep now after she used her full force to pull on the car's wheel." The doctor thought that K was Gu Ning's friend, so he told him the truth. "What? She is the girl who pulled the car's wheel?" K was amazed. While he was waiting for Gu Ning, he surfed the internet to kill time, and he had also read the news about the accident. To his astonishment, the girl in the picture was actually Gu Ning. K now thought highly of Gu Ning, and was even more interested in her. Which hospital was she admitted to? K asked. He planned to visit her. Gu Ning had promised to cure his legs, so he didn't want to miss the chance. In addition, what Gu Ning did had won his trust. "The Center Hospital, patient room V11, the doctor said. The atmosphere in another VIP patient room was depressing. A man who was around 50 years old was lying on the patient bed. He had a pair of sharp, bright eyes, and no one dared to meet his gaze. The man also had an air of power and coldness, which terrified people around him. Vice Governor, the driver of the truck is already in custody, but we haven't gotten his testimony yet," a middle-aged man said with great respect. The man who was lying on the patient bed was the Vice Governor of Province D, Xiao Chongchun, and the middle-aged man was the Director of the Public Security Department, Fu Wanwu. "It has to be Lu Guilai or Zhao Feilong," another man in his early 40s said in anger. He was the mayor of City D Jiangbowen. Lu Guilai was the deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee in City D. While Zhao Feilong was the governor of Province D. Zhao Feilong, Lu Guolai and Xiao Changchun were competing against each other for a significant position, so they all wanted to destroy the other two. Although both Zhao Feilong and Lu Guolai were in higher positions than Xiao Changchun now, Xiao Changchun's achievements and reputation were better than theirs, so they felt threatened. "Oh, how are the chauffeur Secretary Yang and that young girl?" Xiao Changchun asked with care. He now looked gentler. The big truck had hit them heavily, but Xiao Changchun, who had sat in the back row, had survived because of his seatbelt. He was only slightly injured, but had passed out because of the force. The chauffeur and Secretary Yang are fine. The young girl only ran out of energy and is in a deep sleep right now, Zhang Bowen said. "Great, we must thank her," Xiao Changchun ordered. Although he thought that the girl wasn't simple, he had no intention to investigate her, because she had just saved his life. "No problem, but how? Money or something else?" Zhang Bowen asked. "Give her 100,000 yuan as a reward and prize for her bravery," Xiao Changchun said. Money was probably the most practical reward, and it wasn't appropriate for a government official to give her a house or a car. "Sure, I'll arrange it right away," Zhang Bowen said. He immediately called his secretary to handle it. Gu Ning opened her eyes, and a young good-looking face came into her sight. She got a fright and sat up abruptly. "Kay, why are you here?" Kay felt a little dissatisfied at Gu Ning's great reaction, but he was surprised to hear what Gu Ning had said. He squinted and seemed dangerous. "Do you know me?" There were only a few people who knew who he was. How come she knew him? Gu Ning immediately regretted saying that, but she couldn't tell him that they had met before in her previous incarnation. If she did, she would expose her secret of being reborn. Thus Gu Ning could only explain, "I'm sensitive to voices and I heard your voice just now, so I assumed that it had to be you when I opened my eyes." Gu Ning did hear someone talking, but she wasn't sure whether it was Kay or not. If Kay denied it, she could make up an excuse saying that it was a coincidence. Seeing that Gu Ning was calm, Kay chose to believe her, and he did say something just then. "Hey, how come you're so strong and brave to pull the car and prevent it from falling?" Kay asked with curiosity. "Because I'm willing to help others and I'm full of energy," Gu Ning replied with sincerity. Although she didn't want to be involved in trouble, she couldn't stand aside when she saw that others were in trouble. "Fine," Kay said. "And when can you cure my legs?" Kay asked because he couldn't wait. "We can try it now," Gu Ning said. She stood up, taking out a glass flask from her backpack. "This is the medicine that I've prepared for you. Drink it first and I'll help you massage your legs. You'll start feeling something." Kay stared at the so-called black medicine in the glass kettle and frowned with obvious dislike. "Are you sure this medicine is safe?" Although he believed Gu Ning to some extent now, he didn't fully trust her. They were merely strangers after all. He came to meet her just because he didn't want to miss any chance. "If you're worried, you can have another person who you trust act as a witness. If you're in danger, he can capture me," Gu Ning said airily, like she didn't care. Kay also knew that nothing good came without risk. In fact, the medicine was only a normal medicine to improve a person's sleep. Gu Ning used it as a cover. The major part was the massage. "Guahao, come on in," Kay called at someone outside. A young man walked in at once and Kay ordered, "I'm going to take this medicine that she gave me. If I'm in danger, you can capture her and hand her to the police." "Boss." Guahao was concerned. Kay ignored him, opening the lid, and drank the medicine. It had acrid smell and tasted terrible, but Kay drank it. Afterwards, Gu Ning bent in front of his wheelchair and massaged his knees. She did it randomly because the point was to insert her power into his legs. With the help of the power, Kay immediately felt more comfortable, and his paralyzed legs started to have feelings, which greatly surprised Kay. Gu Ning did it. However, right at that moment, Gu Ning stopped massaging. All that she had needed to do was to make Kay believe in her ability. "How do you feel?" Gu Ning asked. "Boss, how are you doing?" Guahao also asked with anxiety. "I think I'm recovering." Kay was thrilled. "Really?" Guahao was excited too. "Miss Gu, how long will it take to fully cure my legs?" Kay asked with alacrity. We'll do the treatment 3 times in alternate weeks. Your muscles will recover the first time, and your joints will heal the second time. The third time you'll be able to walk, Gu-ning said. Am I dreaming? Kay's body trembled slightly in surprise. It was too good to be true for him. You're not, Gu-ning said with confidence. Very well, I trust you and I'll work for you for a year, Kay said. Great. Although Gu-ning was confident that Kay would agree, she was finally relieved to get his affirmative answer. Kay reached out his hand to shake Gu-ning's. It's very nice meeting you. Then, Gu-ning inserted her power into Kay's legs again to recover his muscles. Kay's legs regained its feeling, which made Kay and Guo feel extremely excited. However, the joints in Kay's legs were still badly damaged, so he couldn't walk for now. After the first treatment, Gu-ning said, I need your help right now, but I don't think that it is a good place to discuss it here. I'm starving right now. Why don't we talk on the way to the restaurant? She hadn't eaten in a long time. Sure, let's go now. Kay agreed. Then Guo pushed Kay's wheelchair followed by Gu-ning, heading outside. They had to tell the doctor first before leaving. However, just as they left the patient room, Zhang Bowen met them face to face and stopped them. Hi, you're finally awake. Where are you going now? Zhang Bowen asked Gu-ning. Nice to meet you, Mayor Jiang. I'm fine now, and I'm going to tell my doctor before I leave with my friends, Gu-ning replied. She behaved calmly in front of Zhang Bowen. You're leaving. Zhang Bowen was surprised that this young girl asked for nothing after what she had done. Nevertheless, you've done a great thing. We haven't rewarded you yet, Zhang Bowen said. He scrutinized Gu-ning to see whether she was truly modest. Gu-ning smiled and said, Mayor Jiang, I did it out of my own willingness, and I won't ask for any reward. However, I only hope that I've saved an honest and upright official. Very well, you're very kind and modest. I admire you. Zhang Bowen complimented her plainly. However, you've made a great achievement, and you deserve the reward. Well, how about this? I can fulfill a wish of you as long as it's legal. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can turn to me for help, Zhang Bowen said, handing his name card to Gu-ning. That would be so great. Gu-ning didn't reject and took the name card. Mayor Jiang, please do not expose me in this accident. I don't want to be involved in unnecessary trouble. This car accident was an attempt at murder. If the killer knew that she ruined his plan, he wouldn't let her get away with it. Zhang Bowen was also aware of it, so he agreed to protect Gu-ning. Don't worry. I'll handle it, Zhang Bowen said to Gu-ning. Thanks, Gu-ning said. After that, they said goodbye to Zhang Bowen. Mayor, I think that she probably wanted your favor more than a reward, Zhang Bowen's secretary said behind him after Gu-ning was gone. Zhang Bowen had the same thought, but he didn't care. She saved the vice-governor's life. And my favor is nothing compared to that. Indeed, Xiao Changchun's life was much more important than a little favor. If Xiao Changchun had been killed in the car accident, a powerful group in the politics would have lost an essential figure. Zhang Bowen added then, she didn't ask for my favor on her own initiative. I think she's an honest girl, and accepted my favor just because she didn't want to turn me down. In addition, he only promised to fulfill a legal wish for her. Even if she really turned to him for help one day in the future, he believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to solve it. His secretary agreed with him. They were politicians and it was necessary to be careful. You had to have done that on purpose. Even Kay had the same thought about Gu-ning. The mayor owed her a favor, which was of great use in the future. It's not important. He proposed it himself, and why can't I take it?
Gu-ning sighed.
Well, I'm surprised that you asked for nothing after you saved an important figure's life. Kay admired Gu-ning for what she had done. He probably couldn't be so altruistic himself. I don't need their support right now, so I didn't ask for anything. However, I needed your help, so I offered to cure your legs for a reason, Gu-ning said. Kay was stunned. Gu-ning had rescued Xiao Changchun for nothing, but asked him to work for her for a year. Kay felt a little displeased, but he was even willing to work for her for 2 years as long as she could cure his legs. In the VIP patient room, Zhang Bowen reported his talk with Gu Ning to Xiao Changchun. Xiao Changchun also believed that Gu Ning was a good girl who took Zhang Bowen's name card, just because she didn't want to reject his kindness. And it was Zhang Bowen who promised to help her in the future. Xiao Changchun had a good impression of Gu Ning after this accident. She had saved his life after all. On the way to Quanlin Resort, Gu Ning told Kay that she planned to investigate Hongyun real estate in City G, and she didn't hide her grudge with Hongyun. Kay was astonished after that. How old are you now? You must be younger than 20, and you have already started running a business? It's unbelievable, Kay said with amazement. Kay was an ace hacker, but he didn't know how to run a company at all, so he admired Gu Ning. No problem. I'll send the materials to you once I find some, Kay said. After the meal, it was already 4 p.m. Gu Ning checked the plane tickets back to City F, because Leng Xiaoting had just arrived in City F and she missed him. She had finished the deal in City D anyway. However, there were no plane tickets going to City F right now, and the last one would take off in half an hour. Gu Ning couldn't catch it, so she could only wait till tomorrow. She then decided to stay in the Quanlin Resort, and Kay generously paid the fee for Gu Ning. After Kay left, Gu Ning decided to take a walk around the Quanlin Resort. Quanlin Resort was surrounded by beautiful mountains and lakes with a beautiful natural view. It was indeed a pleasure to stay here. Gu Ning took a photo and a selfie with the view, sending it to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting had just wanted to call Gu Ning when he received her message. Gu Ning beamed in the photo, and Leng Xiaoting's heart lost a beat. He wanted to kiss her now. Leng Xiaoting. Where is this place?
Gu Ning, Quanlin Resort.
It's so beautiful. Leng Xiaoting, I see. Then they stopped texting. After 45 minutes, Gu Ning was about to go back. She turned around and noticed a familiar figure walking towards her. Gu Ning was stunned. Leng Xiaoting? Why is he here? Gu Ning rubbed her eyes to check whether it was real, but the man was still approaching her. Why are you here? Gu Ning asked. Felt so unreal. I missed you, so I came here. Leng Xiaoting stood in front of Gu Ning, staring at her. There was obvious loneliness and deep love in his eyes. Leng Xiaoting wasn't a man who loved to say sweet nothings, but he was a doer. Gu Ning almost cried. He missed her so much that he couldn't wait for a day. She had the same feeling actually. She knew that Leng Xiaoting was in City F, and she was eager to fly back to his side, but she failed to catch the last plane. Let's have a tour around.
Gu Ning sighed.
Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning held Leng Xiaoting's hand naturally. Leng Xiaoting's body stiffened unconsciously. He wasn't used to it yet because it was the first time they had been so close. He of course loved the feeling, and immediately clasped Gu Ning's hand in his big palm, as if he was afraid to lose her. The two walked for a while longer, then took a break on the bench. Let's take a photo together.
Gu Ning sighed.
Leng Xiaoting was a little anxious, because he wasn't accustomed to taking selfies. Gu Ning sat near Leng Xiaoting raising her phone, and took a picture of them sitting together. Gu Ning beamed, while Leng Xiaoting remained expressionless, but both of them looked beautiful in the picture. Within a second, Gu Ning finished taking the picture. The two matched each other so well in the photo. Send it to me, Leng Xiaoting said. This was the first photo of them and he would carry it with him. Whenever he missed her in the future, he could look at the photo. No problem, Gu Ning said, and immediately sent it to him. She focused on their faces in the photo for a long time with excitement. When it was almost 6 p.m., Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting, "What do you want to have for dinner?" Up to you, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning wasn't hungry yet, but Leng Xiaoting flew all the way from City F coming to her. He could be starving now. Let's go to the restaurant first.
Gu Ning sighed.
They then walked to the restaurant. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning met a group of people at the door of the restaurant. To Gu Ning's surprise, she was familiar with the leading two men. Yan Zhenglin was here and the man beside Yan Zhenglin was Zhang Bowen, who she had just met today. What a coincidence. Girl Gu, what are you doing here? Before Gu Ning could say a word, Yan Zhenglin already saw her and was apparently excited. He strode to Gu Ning without delay. Jiang Bowen was astonished by the scene instead. Do they know each other? Obviously they knew each other and they seemed very close. Are they relatives? Uncle Yen, what a coincidence. I came to City D to deal with something. How about you? Gu Ning asked. Me too, Yin Zhenglin said. He then said to Leng Xiaoting, Nice to meet you, Mr. Leng. Nice to meet you too, Mayor Yen. Leng Xiaoting nodded to Yin Zhenglin. Oh, Miss Gu and Master Yen are friends? Jiang Bowen walked over. Nice to meet you, Mayor Jiang, Gu Ning said to Jiang Bowen. What? You two know each other too? Yin Zhenglin asked. He was shocked that Gu Ning could always get to know importance figures wherever she came. The girl I told you about today is Miss Gu, Jiang Bowen said. What? It was you. Yin Zhenglin rounded his eyes in astonishment. He had already heard of what had happened to Xiao Changchun. To his astonishment, the girl who had stabilized the car was Gu Ning. However, he knew that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl, so he believed that Gu Ning was able to do that. Leng Xiaoting looked to Gu Ning with doubts. Gu Ning panicked a little, because she didn't want to worry him. Leng Xiaoting noticed Gu Ning's small reactions, and he had a sense that she must have done something he wouldn't be happy to know about. Girl Gu, you indeed surprise me, Yin Zhenglin said. It had been so dangerous and she could have fallen too. She had indeed risked her own life, but luckily, both Xiao Changchun and Gu Ning were fine now. Master Yen, is Miss Gu your relative? Jiang Bowen asked. Not really, she's a good friend of my father and my lifesaver. I told you the story last time, Yin Zhenglin said. What? Hearing that, Jiang Bowen was more than shocked. Gu Ning was the girl who had saved Yin Zhenglin's life from the sniper's shot? Jesus! This young girl is truly amazing. Gu Ning, instead, felt slightly embarrassed to see them being shocked. Noticing that, Yin Zhenglin immediately dropped the topic. Girl Gu, are you here to have dinner? Let's dine together. Thanks, we would love to, but we have something to discuss in private, Gu Ning declined. Gu Ning also knew that Yin Zhenglin was just being polite. They must have come here to dine together for something important. Indeed, Yin Zhenglin and the others came all the way here to talk about something serious. However, if Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were willing to have a meal with them, they wouldn't mind it either. Since Gu Ning declined, he wouldn't insist. Well, then we'll go inside first. After that, they separated. When Yin Zhenglin and others were gone, Leng Xiaoting fixed his eyes on Gu Ning and asked, Why did you panic? Gu Ning understood that she couldn't hide it from Leng Xiaoting. If Leng Xiaoting had read the news, he would recognize her at the first sight. Thus she could only tell him the truth. There was a car accident on the highway this morning. A car was knocked over the guardrail. I ran to catch its wheel and stabilize the car. The people in the car were rescued. That's all. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting had mixed emotions. He was mad at Gu Ning's abrupt behavior, and she had even risked her own life to save others. No matter who the people that Gu Ning had saved were, no one was more important than Gu Ning in his heart now. Leng Xiaoting was still worried about her, even though the accident had already passed. What if she had fallen from the highway along with the car? He couldn't imagine it, and he was reluctant to experience the feeling of losing someone he cared about the most again. Fortunately, Gu Ning was fine now, or he sincerely wouldn't know what to do. Leng Xiaoting was mad, but he was more concerned about Gu Ning. Seeing Leng Xiaoting being unhappy and worried, Gu Ning felt slightly guilty. She held his hand and said, I promise I won't do it again. Although it wasn't really dangerous for Gu Ning, it was super dangerous in the eyes of those who didn't know her ability. Leng Xiaoting relaxed a little and clasped Gu Ning's hand. He only wanted her in this world. He was truly afraid of losing her. After the meal, it was already dark. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting ambled in the resort. It had a breathtaking view at night. They noticed a theater, and Gu Ning proposed watching a movie together. Leng Xiaoting agreed. It was almost 10 p.m. when they walked out of the theater. They went back to the hotel and wanted to book a room. Unexpectedly, the hotel was fully booked. There is no vacant rooms tonight. Would you mind staying in my room for a night? There is a sofa in my room, Gu Ning said. She was nervous and summoned up all her courage to say that. She didn't want Lung Xiaoting to think that she was an easy girl. Lung Xiaoting felt a little uneasy too. But there was no other room available tonight. He could leave Quanlin Resort, but he wasn't willing to, so he agreed. On the way to the room, the two couldn't help thinking about what was going to happen when they stayed in the same room for a night. Both of them flushed and their hearts were pounding fast. No one talked along the way. However, they were boyfriend and girlfriend now, so it was common that they stayed together. Even if they slept with each other, it was no big deal because they were in love. The minute that they walked inside the room, Gu Ning said, "You're taller and you can sleep in the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa." "You can sleep in the bed, and I'll use the sofa." Lung Xiaoting wasn't willing to let Gu Ning sleep on the sofa. It was uncomfortable. "The sofa is too small for you," Gu Ning said. "It's fine," Lung Xiaoting said. Then he walked to the sofa and sat down. "There is no other quilt," Gu Ning said, suddenly realizing it. "No big deal. The air conditioner is on." "I'm not cold," Lung Xiaoting said. "Why don't we sleep in the bed together?" Gu Ning said unconsciously, but she was soon shocked by her own words. Lung Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second. He felt the blood in his body was moving faster and faster, and didn't dare to look at Gu Ning again. Gu Ning added at once, "The bed is big enough for two," which meant that they wouldn't be touching each other, even if they slept in the bed together. Lung Xiaoting was struggling to make the decision. He was eager to be near Gu Ning but didn't want to scare her. In the end, Lung Xiaoting agreed. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting only took off their coats, lying in the bed together. The bedside lamp was on, but it was a little dim. Maybe because it was still too early, or maybe because they were both nervous. No one was asleep, but they didn't talk either. All of a sudden, Gu Ning's phone vibrated on a table beside her. The night was too quiet, so the abrupt sound scared Gu Ning for a second. The caller was Sitiyi. Why was he calling her at night? "Hi, Mr. Situ," Gu Ning answered it. Lung Xiaoting immediately felt a sense of being threatened. "Hey, are you home now? I'm in City F now. Why don't we have night snacks together?"
Situje invitet gente.
"Oh, what a shame. I'm not at home right now. I'm in City D," Gu Ning said. Lung Xiaoting instead was displeased with her tone. Sitiyi was disappointed. He came to City F to meet Gu Ning, but she was absent. He thought that if Gu Ning wasn't in City G, then she would be in City F. "When will you be back?" Sitiyi asked. "Tomorrow," Gu Ning replied. "Very well, then let's dine together tomorrow when you're back," Sitiyi said. "Sure." Gu Ning wouldn't reject since she was free tomorrow. Gu Ning also noticed that Lung Xiaoting wasn't happy about Sitiyi's call, but she wasn't clear why the man was displeased. She and Sitiyi were just common friends after all. And she couldn't stop meeting new men, because she needed to build up her network. Gu Ning rolled to face Lung Xiaoting and asked, "Are you being jealous just because I have a male friend?" "He is chasing you." Lung Xiaoting didn't deny the fact that he was jealous. But if Sitiyi wasn't chasing Gu Ning, he wouldn't be jealous. "What? No." Gu Ning was quite surprised. She didn't believe it because she didn't think that Sitiyi treated her differently. "How do you know that?" Gu Ning asked. "Man's instinct," Lung Xiaoting said with confidence. "Haha." Gu Ning couldn't help laughing out loud. Even if Sitiyi was chasing her, she wouldn't accept him. "Do you lack self-confidence or don't you trust me?"
Kuning jokket.
Lung Xiaoting looked at Gu Ning deeply but remained quiet. He didn't know the answer either. Gu Ning knew what was in Lung Xiaoting's mind. Even if he didn't trust her, she wouldn't blame him. They had just been together for a short time, and it was normal that he felt insecure. If Gu Ning hadn't been familiar with Lung Xiaoting, she would have felt threatened too, because the man was so handsome and sexy. "Unless you betray me, I won't hurt you," Gu Ning promised with sincerity to allay Lung Xiaoting's worries. She then approached him and gave him a light kiss. However, Lung Xiaoting wasn't willing to let her go after he got to enjoy the taste. He immediately kissed her with great force. Lung Xiaoting wasn't skillful at kissing, so it took him a while to find the right way. His lips rubbed across hers for a long time before his tongue went in between her beautiful teeth and into her mouth. He pressed her to him, and her whole body was under his. It was the first time that Guning had been so close to a man. She lost all her energy, indulging herself in the warmness. They shared a lingering kiss, and Lung Xiaoting started to get dissatisfied with the status quo. His hands began to move around her body. Guning trembled out of sexual excitement. Although she didn't mind making love with Lung Xiaoting, she wasn't mentally prepared yet, so she wanted to push him away. However, she tried in vain because her body had already given up. She could only let Lung Xiaoting continue kissing her passionately. Feeling that Guning was a little out of breath, Lung Xiaoting's kiss moved to her cheeks and neck. Her skin was smooth and smelled so good due to the nourishment of her power. Lung Xiaoting just couldn't stop. All of a sudden, a loud sound of someone closing a door outside surprised Lung Xiaoting. He got his mind back at once. Although this hotel had outstanding sound insulation, with his acute hearing, Lung Xiaoting was able to hear any sound outside. Seeing Guning flushed with slightly swollen lips, Lung Xiaoting panicked.
Ning, I'm sorry, just.
It's fine. Guning took a long breath in to calm herself down, and smiled gently. She didn't mind but was simply not mentally prepared yet. Lung Xiaoting didn't dare to continue, and tried to fall asleep with Guning in his arms, but it was very hard for a man to sleep right after such a long, passionate kiss. Guning, on the other hand, fell asleep within a short time. Lung Xiaoting didn't fall asleep until it was very late. The next morning, Lung Xiaoting was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window thinking about something when Guning woke up. What are you thinking? Guning opened her mouth. Lung Xiaoting turned back, looking at her. Oh, nothing. Do you want to have breakfast out or in here? Let's go out. The plane will be taking off at 9:30 a.m. We can have breakfast before we head to the airport, Guning said. They packed up and went to the restaurant for breakfast. There were exclusive shuttle cars in the restore, so Guning and Lung Xiaoting took the car arranged by the hotel. Guning called K after her breakfast and told him that she was leaving for City F. K proposed to send her to the airport, but Guning declined. Guning didn't avoid Lung Xiaoting, so he got to know the reason why Guning came to City D this time, from their talk on the phone. After they hung up, Lung Xiaoting asked with surprise, "You can cure disease?" Yes. Guning didn't deny it nor explain further. However, Lung Xiaoting was slightly dissatisfied that Guning flew all the way to City D just to make a deal with the man on the phone. If you wanted to investigate something, why didn't you ask me for help? Guning explained, You've already helped me a lot, but I can't count on you forever, and I need a helpful assistant. He's a famous hacker called K. It's to my great advantage that he's willing to help me. Lung Xiaoting didn't insist then. He knew that Guning was running a startup and needed talent, so he wouldn't prevent her from hiring skilled workers and building a network. The only thing he needed to do was to give her a helping hand when she needed and stop other men who wanted to chase her from getting near. When they arrived at City F, they went to dine in a restaurant first. After the meal, Lung Xiaoting was unwilling to be apart from Guning, so Guning didn't go home right away. Instead, they went to the Street of Antiques. She hadn't been to the Street of Antiques for a long time, and she missed the time when she could pick up a real antique from a stand by accident. Lung Xiaoting was of course willing to do anything as long as he was with Guning. Lung Xiaoting immediately called someone to send a car to him. After 10 minutes the car arrived. Lung Xiaoting then drove the car, going to the Street of Antiques with Guning. On the way, Guning called Guman and told her mother that she was back, and would be back home tonight. The Street of Antiques was still the same as the first time that Guning had been here. Most of the objects were fake and it was hard to find a real one. Do you like antiques? Lung Xiaoting asked, seeing Guning so focused on the objects. Yes, Guning answered. I have some. I'll send them to you later, Lung Xiaoting said. Well, I just enjoy discovering and picking up a real one from a mass of them. I'm not really interested in collecting them, Guning said. After a long while, Guning noticed an object with power. It was a 30-centimeter wide pastel plate with patterns of 9 peaches and 5 bats. The white plate was crystal clear with a smooth texture. It was a great advertisement for Yongjing pastels. The background color of the plate and the color of the painting around it were both pure and fine. The two colors combined together, producing effects of elegance and nobility. Therefore, people might think that it was a fake, and outsiders would never believe that it was real, even if there were two vertical lines of words saying Yongjing period Qing dynasty in blue and white on the bottom of the plate. The patterns around the plate were light and obvious at the same time. The color of the peaches was red, but not bright, and changed naturally from yellow to red. Every touch of the painting pen was precisely accurate. The peach blossoms had long leaves with sides that were bright in the front and darker in the back. The front sides of the leaves were green, while the back sides were bluish and dark, which reflected the differences under the light. The leaves were densely distributed and reasonably dynamic, matching the iron red bats so well. Gu Ning asked about its price. It only cost 2,000 yuan, so Gu Ning paid the money without hesitation. Leng Xiaoting wanted to pay for Gu Ning, but Gu Ning declined. It would be meaningless if he paid. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting continued walking ahead with the plate. Seconds after Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were gone, a middle-aged man came quickly with an old man who was around 70 years old. They stopped at the stand where Gu Ning bought the pastel plate. "Master, this is the middle-aged said. However, before he could finish, he was struck dumb when he glanced over the stand. Then he was shocked and raised his voice asking, "Where is the pastel plate with patterns of 9 peaches and 5 bats?" The stand owner didn't know why the man was so emotional, but he recognized the old man who stood beside him. He was the curator of the museum and the leader of the Antiques Association, Gu Changjiang. The middle-aged man had visited the same stand a while before. He had stared at the pastel plate for a long time, but still left in the end. Now he came back with an antique expert to check it again. All of a sudden, the stand owner had a sense that the pastel plate could be real. "Hey, I'm asking you something," the middle-aged man said again. The stand owner replied at once, "Oh, I sold it already." "What?" The middle-aged man couldn't accept it. Although he wasn't completely certain that it was real, he was confident that it could be real. That was the reason why he went to invite his master and came back again. Within minutes, the pastel plate was sold. It was terrible news for him. The stand owner swallowed with great force. He couldn't help thinking to himself, "Is the pastel plate real?" If it was real, he would have lost a fortune. The stand owner regretted now. "Who's the buyer?" the middle-aged man asked. The buyer could still be around. "It's a teenage girl with a young man," the stand owner replied. "Where did they go?" the middle-aged man asked again. "To the right," the stand owner answered. "Master, let's catch up to them. I think we can probably still meet them," the middle-aged man said. They wanted to buy the plate as part of a collection. "Wait a second." Seeing that they were leaving, the stand owner immediately asked with anxiety, "Is the plate real?" "I'm not sure yet," the middle-aged man said. Then he ignored the stand owner, walking quickly to the right with Gu Changjiang. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked slowly, so the middle-aged man and Gu Changjiang caught them up within a short time. Gu Ning was holding the pastel plate in her hands, so they instantly recognized her. "Hey, please wait a moment." The middle-aged man immediately stood in Gu Ning's way. Although it was impolite, he didn't have time to waste. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting then stopped. Both of them thought that the man must have something urgent. However, when Gu Ning noticed Gu Changjiang, who was standing by the middle-aged man's side, she immediately understood what was going on. "Master Gu, nice to meet you," Gu Ning said. "Do you know me?" Gu Changjiang was surprised. Gu Ning looked familiar in his eyes, but he couldn't remember where they had met before.
Kuningsmillet gently.
"We met at Master Qin's birthday party."
Kuning.
"Oh, it's you." Gu Changjiang then got his memory back. Gu Ning had worn makeup back then, and now she didn't wear any makeup, so Gu Changjiang failed to recognize her in the beginning. However, he did remember her name. "The reason that you were looking for me must be for this pastel plate. Am I right?" Gu Ning asked. Exactly. My student just walked by the stand and noticed this plate. He wasn't sure whether it was real, so turned to me for help. However, when we came back, it was already sold, Gu Changjiang said. Since you want to see it, please help yourself. Gu Ning then handed the pastel plate to Gu Changjiang. Gu Changjiang was thrilled. I think that we better find a place to have a closer look at it. Gu Ning agreed, so they walked into a nearby tea house. Gu Changjiang looked at the plate closely for a long while, and he was more than excited after he was sure that it was real. He asked Gu Ning, "Girl Gu, did you buy it because you knew that it was real?" Gu Ning smiled and explained, "I wasn't very sure, but I thought that it was highly possible, so I bought it. Even if it's a fake, it's a beautiful plate. I could still use it as decoration." Gu Changjiang nodded. He thought highly of her courage and confidence. To distinguish real antiques relied on one's luck, vision, and courage. Like the middle-aged man, who had good luck but was not courageous enough to buy it, so he missed it. "Girl Gu, may I ask, are you willing to sell it?" Gu Changjiang asked. He indeed wanted to collect this pastel plate, as long as Gu Ning was willing to sell it to him. "I can tell that you like this pastel plate, and of course I'm willing to sell to you if you want it," Gu Ning said. She didn't like this plate very much, and she could make friends with Master Gu by selling this plate to him. Really? Gu Changjiang was a little surprised that Gu Ning would agree with alacrity. "Thank you so much. I won't deceive you either. This plate is worth around 1.5 million yuan. And I'll pay you 1.5 million yuan. I can give you a discount for a friend. 1 million yuan is enough because it didn't cost me much money after all," Gu Ning said. "No way. I don't want you to lose money, and I should pay you according to its market price." Gu Changjiang declined. Although this pastel plate didn't cost Gu Ning much money, it was worth a lot. Master Gu didn't want to take advantage of Gu Ning. "Master Gu, please don't argue with me over money. It's no big deal. If you don't mind, I would like to call you my Grandpa Gu. If you're willing to make friends with me, please listen to me this time," Gu Ning said. "Well, all right. I listen to you this time, since you're willing to call me your grandpa." Gu Changjiang compromised and had a good impression of Gu Ning. He had grandchildren who were the same age as Gu Ning, but they weren't by his side, and he missed them so much. After a while, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left. Gu Changjiang immediately called Qin Haojing and told him what had just happened. Qin Haojing was also astonished that Gu Ning knew antiques. This young girl was indeed full of surprises, and it was hard for him not to appreciate this outstanding young girl. He understood that Qin Yifan was upset because of Gu Ning these days, but it wasn't appropriate for him to get involved. As Qin Yifan's father, he had never forced him to date Li Zhenzhen or other girls from super-rich families. Although he didn't want Qin Yifan to be with an ordinary girl, he wouldn't stop him if he found his true love. Nevertheless, Qin Yiqing had already interfered in Qin Yifan's personal affairs, and Gu Ning had already rejected Qin Yifan. The Qin family could do nothing to change it. Sita Yi called Gu Ning again around 5 p.m., and Leng Xiaoting drove Gu Ning to the appointed restaurant. He was reluctant to see Gu Ning having a meal with Sita Yi, but he couldn't stop her. Sita Yi was alone in the restaurant. If Leng Xiaoting hadn't told Gu Ning that Sita Yi treated her differently, Gu Ning wouldn't have noticed it. How come Sita Yi, as the head of the Qin gang, had time to dine with a teenage girl like her? And he even wanted to be with her alone, which meant that he did it on purpose. However, Sita Yi didn't say anything special to Gu Ning, probably because he wasn't sure about his feelings yet. Gu Ning decided to stop it at the very beginning, because she didn't want it to end up like what had happened between Qin Yifan and her. It was too embarrassing for them to be friends now. In addition, she wasn't willing to lose support from the Qin gang. When they were about to finish the meal, Gu Ning received Leng Xiaoting's call. To let Sita Yi know that she wasn't single, Gu Ning didn't avoid Sita Yi but answered the call in a mild voice. Is it done yet?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Yeah, almost," Gu Ning replied. "I'm waiting for you outside now," Leng Xiaoting said. In fact, he had never left. He was worried that Sita Yi would invite Gu Ning to watch a movie or shop together after the meal, so he called Gu Ning when he thought that they would almost be finished. Gu Ning absolutely understood what was on Leng Xiaoting's mind. Sure, I'll come to you later, Gu Ning said. Great, I'll wait for you. Leng Xiaoting was delighted. Sita Yi heard their talk and sensed their relationship from Gu Ning's tone, and felt disappointed. Is he your boyfriend? Sita Yi asked. Yes, Gu Ning said, and beamed with happiness. She looked in love. Then let's go now. I don't want to stop you from meeting your boyfriend. Sita Yi was a considerate man, and he only felt slightly bitter in his heart. Nevertheless, he wasn't very sad, because he hadn't figured out his feelings towards Gu Ning. I'm so sorry. Please allow me to invite you to dine together the next time I'm in City G, Gu Ning said. It's fine, Sita Yi replied. After that, they went outside together. Sita Yi watched Gu Ning getting in the car, but he avoided seeing the man on the driver's seat. He knew that Gu Ning's boyfriend had to be as outstanding as she was. After Gu Ning got into the car, she asked Leng Xiaoting, Were you waiting for me the entire time? Gu Ning thought it was highly possible. Aha, Leng Xiaoting answered. What? Were you worried that he'd invite me to watch a movie together?
Gu Ning teas, et
A man who was chasing a woman would always invite her to dine or watch a movie together. It was romantic to sit side by side watching a movie. Leng Xiaoting flushed a little but didn't deny it. Gu Ning didn't know what to say, but it was a good chance to let Sita Yi know that she already had a boyfriend. Have you eaten yet? Gu Ning asked. Yes. This time Leng Xiaoting didn't wait for her in starvation. It wasn't a short time, so he had gone to eat in the middle. Where shall we go next? Gu Ning asked. No idea, Leng Xiaoting said. Then let's have a drive around. And I'll go back home later, Gu Ning proposed. In fact, as long as they were together, they felt happy and satisfied enough even just sitting in the car. Therefore, they decided to drive around the city and spend more time together. The traffic was heavy in the downtown, so Leng Xiaoting drove straight to the suburb. Gu Ning accidentally noticed Gu Qinxiang's car outside of a living area when they passed by. There was a woman sitting in it, and Gu Ning recognized that she was Gu Qinxiang's secretary. It wasn't unusual that a boss sent his secretary home, but Gu Ning had a sense that the relationship between Gu Qinxiang and his secretary wasn't simple. However, Gu Ning had no intention to investigate it any further. Although she didn't get along well with Gu Qinxiang's family, she had her moral standards. However, she did hope that Lin Lijuan found it out herself, and that it would be interesting. Gu Ning went back home when it was almost 9 p.m. Leng Xiaoting sent Gu Ning to the outside of G Zone. The two had a long kiss again, and Leng Xiaoting was turned on once more. He was badly in need of a cold bath to clear his mind right now. Thus, after Gu Ning disappeared from his sight, Leng Xiaoting ran to Su Jinshan's place and had a cold bath. He felt much better afterwards. During the following days, Gu Ning dined with Leng Xiaoting at noon and in the afternoon. Chu Peihan and others complained a lot about that, because Gu Ning didn't have time to train them now. Gu Ning thought for a while. Maybe it was the right time to introduce Leng Xiaoting to them. So she invited them to have a meal together on Wednesday afternoon. Knowing that they were going to meet their boss's boyfriend, everyone was excited. The minute the last class was over, Chu Peihan ran to the fourth classroom, but they hadn't finished yet. Chu Peihan loudly said to the teacher, Hi Mr. Zhang, the time is over. The teacher had planned to delay the class for 2 minutes longer, but Chu Peihan interrupted him. He glared at Chu Peihan, but Chu Peihan didn't care at all. Gu Ning didn't know what to say. After that, a group of them walked towards the outside. Chu Peihan and Hao Ran also urged them to be quick. They couldn't wait to meet their boss's boyfriend. Oh boss, which one of you is better at fighting? Hao Ran suddenly thought of that question. Oh, how could I forget? Your boyfriend is a military officer, so he must be really good at fighting. By the way, is your boyfriend a normal soldier or from the special forces? If he's from the special forces, it would be so cool, Chu Peihan said. And the rest all looked at Gu Ning for the answer. He serves in the special forces and he's better than me, Gu said with pride. Wow, boss, you finally met someone who is better than you. Qin Zixuan said with excitement. I lost the last time when I was in the competition with Siti too, Gu said. I think it was even, Zhang Tianping said. Outsiders couldn't tell the difference. Siti is better than our boss at skills, but he lost from the perspective of experience because Situ is older and more experienced than our boss. However, he wasn't able to control the game and limit our boss, which was no different than a failure. Chu Peihan made her comment plainly. Undeniably, Chu Peihan told the truth. Peihan's right. That is to say our boss won anyway, Muka said. Everyone nodded. It sounds right, but in a real situation or battle, no matter if you're better at skills or experience, the point is to win. And we only competed for 5 minutes, which can't prove anything. I can only tell you that I had already tried my best, and that's it. Gu wasn't defending Siti, nor denying what Chu Peihan had just said. She just believed that there was only one winner in a competition no matter why you won. Everyone agreed with Gu and soon dropped the topic. When they got outside, the girls took Hao Ran's car while the boys took a taxi. They all went to the Yui restaurant together. Gu had already told Leng Xiaoting that they were going to meet her friends, so he booked a private room beforehand. Under the guidance of a waiter, they went to the private room and knocked on its door. Come on in, please. Leng Xiaoting's voice sounded from inside. Then Gu followed by the others walked in. Leng Xiaoting immediately stood up to welcome them, but his sight fell on Gu first as usual. Everyone was stunned when Leng Xiaoting appeared in their sight. The man was tall and strong. The air conditioner was on in the room, so he had taken off his coat and was wearing a tight black sweater, which accentuated his charming body very well. He also had outstanding features which composed a perfect face. Facing everyone's surprise, Leng Xiaoting didn't show any dislike at all. But he wasn't used to being the center of everyone's focus. Come over and have a seat. Gu opened her mouth and interrupted them. Chu Peihan suddenly said, Nice to meet you, brother-in-law. Both Leng Xiaoting and Gu were shocked, but the man was satisfied with the title. He knew that they all admired Gu and respected her as their boss as well as the eldest sister. Since he was Gu boyfriend, it wasn't wrong that they called him brother-in-law. Gu on the other hand, felt a little uneasy. Nice to meet you, brother-in-law, Hao Ran and the others said with one accord. Nice to meet you too, Leng Xiaoting replied. Although he said it airily, nobody thought that he was being arrogant. Leng Xiaoting was a man of few words, and wasn't good at making jokes, but he wasn't arrogant either. He respected everyone equally. Gu at the same time, had already told her friends about Leng Xiaoting's personality. Although he looked cold and quiet, he was reliable. Therefore, everyone was mentally prepared. However, Leng Xiaoting had the air of a king in their eyes, and so they behaved somewhat carefully before him. After the greeting, they were all seated. Gu took off her coat, and Leng Xiaoting immediately helped her hang it up. A waiter came inside her, and Gu let her friends order first. Help yourself, please. Of course. Since the meal is on our brother-in-law, we won't be shy, Chu Peihan said. Exactly. The rest all agreed. Gu didn't know what to say, but Leng Xiaoting enjoyed the approval from Gu friends. Although he only cared about Gu opinions, it wasn't a bad thing that her friends all liked him. He loved Gu and respected her friends too. Actually I have many questions to ask our brother-in-law, but I don't know whether it's the right time. Well, you can answer my questions if you want, and we can drop the question if you're unwilling to answer it. We just want to know more about you, Chu Peihan said. She had a burning desire to gossip. Sure. Leng Xiaoting didn't reject. How old are you and where do you live? 26 and I live in the capital. Do you have your own house? How much are your savings? I have a 600 square meter large quadrangle one. In architecture, a quadrangle or quad is a space or a courtyard, usually rectangular, square or oblong in plan, the sides of which are entirely or mainly occupied by parts of a large building or several smaller buildings. In the capital, and I'm not very clear about my savings. Jesus. Everyone was shocked, including Gu A 600 square meter large quadrangle in the capital. You must be super rich. The house price was crazily high in the capital, and a quadrangle in the downtown was worth at least hundreds of millions of yuan. Do you mean your savings are too much for you to know the exact number? Ling Xiaoting remained quiet. He didn't care much about money, so he had no idea how much savings he had till now. Everyone was shocked again. On my, you must be a man of high quality. It's so unreal. Chu Peihan couldn't believe her ears. After a long breath, Chu Peihan added, Brother-in-law, are you sure you don't have any other girlfriends? Or you are actually already married and simply playing with our boss? Of course not. Chu Peihan was stunned. Before long, the dishes were all on the table accompanied by beers. Except for Hao Ran and Lung Xiaoting who were going to drive, the rest all enjoyed drinking. Since brother-in-law can't drink because he'll drive, then boss, you should drink some on behalf of him. Chu Peihan proposed. Gu Ning didn't reject. It was no big deal for her to drink beers. They didn't drink much because they were only having fun. After the meal, Hao Ran proposed to go to his V5 bar. However, Chu Peihan disagreed. I don't want to go to V5 bar every time. Gets boring. Let's go to Dihao Clubhouse this time. There is a boxing match at 10 p.m. Dihao Clubhouse belonged to the Qing gang and was a high-end entertainment place. They hired many professional boxers to perform boxing matches in the clubhouse, and they were open for challenges. Consumers could also bet, and the rate was 1:2. There weren't boxing matches every day, but they would post an announcement a day beforehand. Normally, there were 2 or 3 boxing matches within a week. During the days that boxing matches were held, the Dihao Clubhouse was always crowded, and the guests had to order tickets a day before. Oh right. How could I forget? Hao Ran was thrilled and couldn't agree more to go to Dihao Clubhouse. Everybody else had the same idea. Most of them were interested in fighting, so they loved to watch boxing matches. Gu Ning didn't mind where they went next, so she just followed them. Ling Xiaoting didn't care about it either. He would go anywhere with Gu Ning. It's very late now. Can we get tickets? Muke asked. Although he hadn't been there before, he knew the rules. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Chu Peihan said. Then she walked aside to call someone, because she didn't want the others to know about her connection with the Dihao Clubhouse. Chu Peihan wasn't a member of the Qing gang, but she was familiar with all the senior management in City F. She visited Dihao Clubhouse often, so there was an exclusive private room with the best view reserved for her. She could go there whenever she wanted. However, she still needed to make a call first, and she told the workers in Dihao Clubhouse not to expose her real identity. After a while, Chu Peihan went back and told them that the problem was solved. Then all the girls took Ling Xiaoting's car, while the boys went in Hao Ran's car, heading to Dihao Clubhouse. When they arrived at Dihao Clubhouse, it was only a little past 9 p.m., and it was too early for the boxing match. Meanwhile, all the guests tonight could join the lottery to win a great prize, but the prize that guests in the private rooms could win was much more valuable than that which the guests around the tables could get. If a guest in the private room won the top prize, the bill would be on the house tonight. However, the private room fee was excluded, because a guest had to order a private room before he joined the lottery. Anyway, it didn't cost that much to order a table or a private room, but the price of food and drink here was much higher. However, the number of people was limited to 10. If there were more than 10 people around a table or in a private room, the extra people needed to pay 1/10 of the bill. There were only 9 people in Gu Ning and her friends group, so they met the standard. Gu Ning was responsible for choosing the red envelope from a black box. With the help of her jade eyes, she easily picked up the red envelope with the top prize. Open it now. Do we get a prize? Everyone was excited. Gu Ning opened the red envelope and it was the top prize. All the rest of people in the room, including the waiter, were astonished. It was unusual for the guests to get the first, second, or third prize, and it was the very first time that somebody had won the top prize. There were around 100 red envelopes in the black box, but there were only 50 private rooms in Dihao Clubhouse, so it was hard to win a prize. Wow! The top prize! I can't believe my eyes. Is it real? Boss, you're so amazing. Chu Peihan hugged Gu Ning with excitement. Although Chu Peihan had no intention to let them pay the bill tonight, it was good news that Gu Ning won the top prize. The hall in Dihao Clubhouse was very big, around 400 square meters. There was a flat area in the center that was 6 square meters wide. When there was a boxing match, it was a platform for boxing. If there was no boxing match, it would be a stage for dancing performances. All the private rooms on the second floor surrounded the hall. The side of the room that faced the central hall was a large floor-to-ceiling window, so that guests sitting inside could see the hall and platform clearly. In case some guests had bad sight, there were also 3 sets of binoculars in the room. Gu Ning and her friends were waiting in the room for the boxing match tonight. Before the boxing match began, they were chatting while drinking. Time flew and Dihao Clubhouse was soon fully occupied by people. When it was almost 10 p.m., people started to shout, "Chen Xing, Chen Xing, Chen Xing." Chen Xing worked for Dihao Clubhouse as a regular boxer. His best record was 9th in the national boxing competition 3 years ago, and had won the 3rd prize in the Southern Division. He had also been one of the top 50 in an international boxing competition. Although his record wasn't very impressive, he was a famous and skillful boxer. It wasn't easy to be a well-known boxer among thousands of boxers. In fact, there were many better boxers in the Qin gang, even the boxing champion, but those boxers all worked for bigger entertainment places and were open to challenges from more powerful opponents. City F was only a 3rd-tier city, so there weren't many boxing lovers, and it was already enough that they had a regular boxer. The Qin gang's headquarters were located in City G, which was a developing 2nd-tier city, but the legal business of the Qin gang mainly concentrated in a dominant city in the south. City Z. City Z was comparable with the capital to some extent. The boxers showed up when it was 10 p.m. The first boxer who went up to the platform was Chen Xing. Seeing Chen Xing, the audience was shouting and cheering even louder. Chen Xing, Chen Xing, Chen Xing. Chen Xing fighting. Chen Xing, kill him. After Chen Xing was already standing on the platform, his opponent came out too. Lu Chong, Lu Chong, Lu Chong. Lu Chong fighting. Lu Chong, kill him. Lu Chong was also a boxer who had won many prizes before, and he wasn't weaker than Chen Xing. Most importantly, there was a long-standing grudge between Lu Chong and Chen Xing. Lu Chong had lost a competition against Chen Xing last time, so he was eager to win. He came exactly for Chen Xing this time, so the boxing match tonight would be exciting. Lu Chong and Chen Xing glared at each other on the platform. "Chen Xing, been a while," Lu Chong said to Chen Xing, but his attitude was apparently unkind. "Indeed. What a surprise that you come here for me. Do you want to lose again?" Chen Xing said sarcastically. Lu Chong sneered. "Since you're open for challenges here, why can't I come?" "I did not say that," Chen Xing said. Lu Chong just snorted coldly and didn't say another word. After that, the host introduced Lu Chong and Chen Xing one by one. In the private room, Hao Ran asked Gu Ning, "Boss, which one do you think is going to win?" "I have no idea. They seem to be equal. Although Lu Chong has lost once, it doesn't mean that he'll lose again. Since he dares to challenge Chen Xing again, he must be confident in himself this time," Gu Ning said. "What do you think?" Hao Ran asked Chu Peihan and others. "I bet Chen Xing in the beginning, but after what boss just said, I'm not sure," Qin Zixuan said. "Even so, it's possible that Chen Xing will beat Lu Chong down again. I still bet Chen Xing," Chu Peihan added. "Do you want to bet?" Zhang Tianping proposed with excitement. "Of course. It'll be boring if we don't while we're watching a boxing match," Hao Ran said. He pressed the service bell calling for a waiter. Except for Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning and Yu Mixi, the rest all had a bet of 20,000 yuan each. Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Muku bet on Lu Chong, while the others bet on Chen Xing. The bet odds of Lu Chong was 1:3, and that of Chen Xing was 1:2. The audience in the clubhouse bet gradually. The two boxers were equally good, and it was a hard decision for the audience to bet. In the end, the majority bet on Chen Xing. The host walked down from the platform after the introduction, and the judge called the beginning of the match. Lu Chong and Chen Xing couldn't wait and started fighting against each other violently. Their fists met in the air, and both of them were forced to step backwards by the other's strength. After a long breath, they attacked each other without delay. Chen Xing treated his opponent seriously, even though Lu Chong had once lost in a competition against him, because Chen Xing clearly knew that it hadn't been an easy victory. No one seemed to be in control after a while, and the match was growingly exciting. Everyone wanted to win the bet, so people kept shouting around the platform to encourage the boxers. As time went by, Chen Xing started to gain control of this match, while Lu Chong kept avoiding his fists. However, right when the audience believed that Lu Chong would lose once more, he hit straight at Chen Xing's face. Chen Xing avoided it, but unexpectedly, Lu Chong turned around and took this chance, and a backswing directly hit Chen Xing's cheek. As a professional boxer, his punch had at least 100 pounds of strength. Facing the great strike, Chen Xing was knocked out, falling heavily into the boxing ring. No way! Everyone was shocked. How is it possible? Chu Peihan stood up abruptly from her seat. She couldn't believe her eyes. Chen Xing was obviously about to win, so how come he lost all of a sudden? It's possible, actually. There's no winner until the last second. Gu Ning smiled gently. To be honest, Gu Ning noticed that Lu Chong had been avoiding in order to find a great chance to give Chen Xing a final punch. Gu Ning wasn't sure whether he could make it, but it seemed that he succeeded. On the platform, the judge started the countdown. 10-9. Get up now. The audience shouted louder and louder at Chen Xing. Chu Peihan and the others included. 6-5. The judge continued. Chen Xing, come on, get up now. 3-2-1. In the end, Chen Xing failed to stand up. Therefore, those who bet on Lu Chong won 3 times the amount of money, while those who bet on Chen Xing all lost. The game was over. Those who bet on both Chen Xing and Lu Chong won some and lost some. I wanted to bet on Chen Xing in the beginning, but I changed my mind in the end, so I bet on Lu Chong, Hao Ran said, laughing out. Leave me alone. Chu Peihan was mad. It was nothing to lose some money, but she hated the feeling of failure. Why? I wasn't the only one who bet on Lu Chong, Hao Ran said on purpose. You! Chu Peihan was annoyed and turned her sight away from Hao Ran. All of a sudden, Gu Ning glanced at the opposite private room and noticed a familiar man. There were 3 men and 2 women sitting across from each other. Gu Ning recognized one of the men. It was Lu Zhengyu. Gu Ning had also met the 2 women in the shopping mall within Qian the other day. They were Chen Mingqi and her friend. Why is Lu Zhengyu with Chen Mingqi? Gu Ning was confused, but she wasn't clear about the real situation, so she decided to wait for a while longer. What's wrong? Noticing that Gu Ning was staring at the opposite private room, Ling Xiaoting asked her with curiosity. He looked over, following Gu Ning's sight, and saw the people in the opposite private room, but he didn't know them. I see a man that I know, but it seems to be a little strange, Gu Ning said, fixing her eyes on the opposite private room. Ling Xiaoting didn't ask further, nor bother her. Before long, Lu Zhengyu stood up, leaving the private room, and Chen Mingqi immediately took out a small paper package from her handbag. She opened it and poured some powder into Lu Zhengyu's wine glass. Gu Ning sensed that something had to be wrong. She stood up without hesitation. Excuse me. I need to go out for a while. Her friends thought that Gu Ning was going to the ladies' room, so they didn't care much. Ling Xiaoting noticed the same scene, so he understood what Gu Ning was going to do. Do you want me to go with you? Hearing that, everyone gave Ling Xiaoting a glance, and thought that he was strange because they believed that he was going to the ladies' room together with Gu Ning. Ling Xiaoting instead was confused as to why they suddenly all looked at him like that. Gu Ning had no time to waste. No, it's fine. I can handle it. Great, Ling Xiaoting said. Gu Ning then ran straight to the opposite private room, in case Lu Zhengyu would be trapped. Although she didn't know exactly what the white powder was, it had to be something terrible. Chen Mingqi had to be planning to sleep with Lu Zhengyu in an amoral way. Just as Gu Ning came out into the passage, Lu Zhengyu walked back into the room. Gu Ning knew that she had to stop him at once. Lu Zhengyu took his wine glass and was about to drink. At this time, Gu Ning deliberately knocked the door heavily and made a loud sound. All the people sitting inside were sacred by the sound and stopped drinking with one accord. Seeing that with her jade eyes, Gu Ning was relieved a little. Who is it? A man ached with impatience. He wasn't Lu Zhengyu. Gu Ning ignored him but said, Mr. Lu, I'm Gu Ning. It's urgent. All the other people witnessed Chen Mengqi putting the drugs into Lu Zhengyu's wine glass, but nobody said a word. Apparently they were a group who planned to trap Lu Zhengyu together. Hearing that it was Gu Ning, Lu Zhengyu put his wine glass down, walking towards the door. Although he didn't know why Gu Ning was in a hurry, she was An Qian's friend and he couldn't ignore her. Lu Zhengyu opened the door, saying to Gu Ning with care, Miss Gu, may I help? It's you. Chen Mengqi was quite surprised to see Gu Ning. The woman sitting beside Chen Mengqi was also astonished. Gu Ning gave Chen Mengqi a knowing glance, which made Chen Mengqi tremble unconsciously. But she didn't believe that Gu Ning knew what she was doing. Do you know each other? Lu Zhengyu asked. Not really. We just met once only, but it was impressive, Gu Ning said with great interest. Chen Mengqi's face changed and immediately interrupted her. Stop that. What? Miss Chen, I haven't finished yet, so why do I have to stop? And why are you panicking? Gu Ning lifted the corners of her lips and asked in a meaningful way. You? Chen Mengqi was mad but didn't know how to retort. Miss Gu, what emergency do you have? Lu Zhengyu noticed that Gu Ning didn't get along with Chen Mengqi, but he didn't want to delay Gu Ning's emergency. It's fine now, and I just want to have a glass of wine with Miss Chen. May I come in? Gu Ning said, then walked inside directly. Everyone was surprised by Gu Ning's sudden movement. With Lu Zhengyu's presence, Chen Mengqi couldn't reject, so she answered, Sure, it's nothing. Then she raised her wine glass. There was a new glass beside, and Lu Zhengyu poured the wine for Gu Ning. Miss Chen, let's change glasses. Gu Ning wore an evil smile and handed Lu Zhengyu's wine glass to Chen Mengqi. Everyone was shocked and panicked. Does she know? No, it's impossible. How could she know? Miss Gu, this wine glass is mine. Lu Zhengyu didn't understand why Gu Ning did that. There was already a wine glass in Chen Mengqi's hand. Miss Gu, what do you want to do? I have a wine glass already, so why do I have to use another person's glass? Chen Mengqi tried her best to stay calm. Even though Gu Ning found out her secret, she wouldn't admit it. What? Is it a big deal? It's a new glass of wine, Gu Ning said. You? Chen Mengqi of course wouldn't drink the wine in the glass. Miss Gu. Lu Zhengyu didn't know what Gu Ning was doing, but her behavior was very unusual. Mr. Lu, if you trust me, please stay quiet for a moment, Gu Ning said calmly. Lu Zhengyu was a businessman and he instantly sensed that something must be wrong after Gu Ning's reminder. Why won't Gu Ning let the wine glass go? Is there something else in the wine? Lu Zhengyu suddenly figured it out and was displeased. However, since Gu Ning told him to be quiet for a moment, he decided to wait for what was going to happen next.